The anti-expectancy effect is one of the most powerful psychological tools for seizing control in social dynamics without ever raising your voice at its core. It involves doing the exact opposite of what someone expects, shattering their mental prediction and creating a brief moment of psychological vulnerability. Humans run on expectations. We navigate daily life by assuming how others will behave. These assumptions form the backbone of comfort control and perceived safety. But when someone breaks that script, even in the smallest way, the brain stutters. There's a pause, a spike of uncertainty, and in that silence, power shifts. The anti-expectancy effect. People expect anger to meet provocation. They expect nervousness in the face of authority. They expect politeness in moments of tension. But if instead of reacting predictably, you become unreadable, responding to insults with serenity, pressure with humor, or threats with indifference, you fracture their sense of control. The mind flails when its prediction is broken, trying to rebuild an understanding, and the person who creates that break suddenly becomes more interesting, more dominant, more dangerous. This is how master negotiators take over a room without speaking loudly. This is how leaders command respect without ever needing to demand it. This is how manipulators make others chase their approval by becoming psychologically slippery, unreadable, unpredictable. The anti-expectancy effect works because the brain hates confusion. It rushes to fill the gap, and in that moment of disorientation, people become far more suggestible, more agreeable, more open to influence. When someone can't pin you down, they can't control you, but even more dangerously, they often let you control them just to end the discomfort of not knowing what you'll do next. This effect isn't about being strange. It's about being unpredictably strategic and knowing the mind in front of you can't resist filling in the blanks. The deliberate pause, deliberate pause is the deliberate pause. One of the most powerful psychological techniques for seizing control without saying a word. It is the strategic use of silence, time before or after you speak, to manipulate emotional tension, create authority, and force others into revealing more than they intended. Humans are uncomfortable with silence. It makes them anxious, uncertain, and vulnerable, and in that discomfort, they rush to resolve the tension, even if it means giving away power secrets or control. That's what makes the deliberate pause so devastatingly effective. When someone asks a question, most people respond immediately. When they speak, they fill every second with words. But silence, conscious, controlled silence, changes the emotional rhythm. Pausing before you speak makes you seem thoughtful, grounded, and harder to read. Pausing after you speak makes your words hang in the air, forcing the other person to sit with them, absorb them, react to them. The longer the silence, the more pressure builds, and the one who controls that pressure controls the conversation. Skilled negotiators, therapists, interrogators, and dominant leaders all use this technique. The pause makes you unpredictable. It gives you time to observe while others reveal themselves. It allows you to listen more and speak less. But with impact, the deliberate pause also causes the other person to second-guess their own behavior. Did they say too much? Not enough? Are you judging them, agreeing with them? They don't know, and that uncertainty makes them pliable. This isn't about awkwardness, it's about calculated restraint. Most people speak to be heard, but those who pause speak to be obeyed. Silence becomes a blade that slices through noise, forcing the other person to lean in, to chase your response, to prove themselves worthy of your next word. The open palm trick. The open palm trick is one of the most powerful. The open palm trick, nonverbal, psychological techniques for instantly lowering resistance and building unconscious trust. It's based on a simple, ancient truth. When people see your open hands, they instinctively feel safer around you at its core. This trick uses subtle body language to bypass the thinking brain and influence the emotional brain, the part responsible for fear, threat, detection, and gut reactions, and it works in less than a second. Throughout history, showing empty hands has signaled peace, no weapons, no threat, no deception. This primal association still lives deep within our nervous system when someone hides their hands. The brain senses danger, but when you gesture with palms facing up or open at your sides, even briefly, it sends a subconscious message. I am not a threat. I can be trusted. I'm safe. And that single cue can shift how someone sees you, even if they don't know why they feel it. Skilled speakers, interrogators, and influencers use this without ever mentioning it in a negotiation. Displaying your hands while talking suggests transparency in a tense conversation. Placing your palms upward while making a point makes the other person more likely to agree, even in casual interaction. Resting your hands with open palms on the table builds rapport faster than any scripted line, and in high-stakes scenarios, flashing open palms before delivering bad news can reduce the emotional fallout. This trick is also dangerously effective in manipulation. Con artists, cult leaders, and scammers use it to fake honesty, knowing the brain trusts the gesture, even if the words are lies. It's why someone can be lying directly to your face, yet something about their body makes you want to believe them, that something is off in their hands, and once your guard is down, it's already too late. The confusion anchor, the confusion anchor. Anchor is a subtle way to break through a person's mental defenses by disrupting the expected rhythm of conversation. It involves saying something deliberately strange, irrelevant, or unexpected right before making a request or delivering an important message. That sudden moment of mental disorientation throws the brain off balance, creating a psychological pause where the conscious mind loses grip and the subconscious becomes more open to suggestion. In those brief seconds of confusion, influence slips in almost unnoticed. The brain relies on patterns to feel safe. When a conversation flows logically, people stay grounded in their roles: buyer, authority, skeptic, defender. But when that flow is shattered by something that doesn't belong, the brain freezes a question like, do fish ever get thirsty? In the middle of a negotiation, causes a tiny mental malfunction, and while the mind is still rebooting, you make your move. The confusion becomes the anchor, softening resistance, lowering defenses, and allowing a different tone to take hold. This technique shows up in strange places: an offhand joke during interrogation, a childlike question in a heated argument, a surreal observation during a sales pitch. It doesn't have to make sense. In fact, it's better if it doesn't. The goal isn't to be understood, it's to disrupt, and once the disruption takes hold, the other person's emotional charge starts to drain, their logic resets, and they begin responding from a softer, more uncertain place, used carefully. The confusion anchor doesn't just shake someone, it repositions them. It shifts the energy from resistance to reset, from guarded to suggestible. Most people won't even notice what happened. They'll just remember feeling momentarily off and oddly ready to agree. The reverse question. The reverse question is a psychological maneuver that flips pressure back onto the other. The reverse question person, by asking them to explain their own stance, instead of defending yourself, you invite them to unpack their assumptions, and in doing so, expose the weakness in their argument. It works not by confrontation, but by turning curiosity into a trap. When someone challenges you, criticizes you, or tries to assert control, the instinct is to push back, but the reverse question sidesteps that instinct entirely and makes them carry the weight of proof. People don't expect to be asked why they think the way they do. They expect resistance. They expect excuses. But when they say something sharp and you simply respond with, "Why do you say that?" or "What makes you think that's true?" it throws them off script. The burden shifts, their authority wobbles. They were prepared to attack, not to explain, and the moment they begin defending, the dynamic reverses. They are no longer the aggressor. They're the one under the microscope. This technique is unnervingly effective in arguments, interviews, power struggles, and manipulation. It makes others feel their position is being examined, dissected, challenged, not emotionally, but logically. It also forces them to slow down, often leading to contradictions, hesitations, or overcorrections that reveal uncertainty. The reverse question isn't about the answer, it's about the unraveling. The more someone talks, the more they reveal their intentions, insecurities, and gaps in reasoning. And the less you say, the more composed and in control you seem. It's a quiet kind of power, asking instead of answering, watching instead of reacting. You create discomfort, not with offense, but with inquiry. And in that discomfort, people show who they really are. The name echo. The name echo is the subtle act of using someone's name. Name echo throughout a conversation to bypass their defenses and trigger a feeling of intimacy, familiarity, and attention. Most people never realize how deeply their name ties into their sense of identity until someone uses it with precision and timing that feels almost surgical. When someone says your name, especially in a moment of emotional intensity or quiet reflection, it pulls your awareness sharply toward them. It tells the subconscious, this is about you. And in childhood, a name is often the first symbol of recognition and consequence. Whether it was spoken with love, anger, or warning, it signaled attention. That pattern never fully fades. Adults still react the same way, alert, receptive, emotional. This is why people naturally respond when their name is used in crowded rooms, why they feel closer to those who remember it, and why a stranger who repeats it can feel oddly comforting or alarmingly persuasive when used with subtlety. The name echo creates a rhythm of focus. It can de-escalate conflict by making someone feel acknowledged. It can heighten attraction by making the interaction feel more personal. It can increase compliance when slipped into the middle of a request. I hear you, Marcus. That's a fair point, Jenna. These aren't just words, they're micro-validations. They disarm without confrontation. They soften without explanation. The trick is not in frequency, but in placement too often, and it feels manipulative too soon, and it feels forced. But when someone waits, listens, then echoes your name like they've been holding it, like it belongs in the silence. It lodges deeper than reason. It feels like being chosen in a world that forgets too quickly. And in that moment, the name doesn't just identify you, it opens the door to trust. The decoy option. The decoy option. The decoy option is a psychological trick that shapes decisions by offering a third, carefully designed choice meant to steer someone toward the one you actually want them to choose. It doesn't force them, it guides them quietly, invisibly. The illusion of free will remains intact, but the outcome was engineered from the start. This trick works because the human brain rarely evaluates things in isolation. It compares, it contrasts it, anchors one thing against another to determine value. And when the comparison is rigged, the decision is two. Imagine offering two products. One is expensive, one is cheap. The expensive one seems unjustified, and the cheap one feels inadequate. But now you introduce a third option, one that's almost as expensive as the top-tier choice, but clearly worse. Suddenly, the high-end option looks like the best deal. That third choice is never meant to sell. It's meant to fail. It's baked, and the real target now shines in comparison. This technique is everywhere. Restaurant menus, subscription plans, political campaigns, even job negotiations. The decoy isn't there to compete. It's there to frame. And when someone believes they've ruled something out on their own, they feel confident, empowered, never realizing they were nudged the whole time. The brain wants to feel it, made a smart, balanced decision. It wants contrast to confirm logic. The decoy provides it, but it's not just about pricing. It works with emotions, options, even people introduce someone slightly worse, slightly colder, slightly harder to talk to, and suddenly the person standing next to them feels magnetic. The decoy shapes perception quietly, effectively, and without detection, because the best manipulation doesn't feel like manipulation. It feels like choice, the weight transfer. The weight transfer is the weight transfer, the quiet shift of physical presence that speaks louder than words. It's not about what's said, it's about where the body leans, how it stands, and the moment it moves. Every time a person shifts their weight during a conversation, they're revealing something. Power, hesitation, interest, discomfort, and when done deliberately, the transfer of body weight can control the unspoken rhythm of an entire interaction. Most people shift their weight unconsciously. They lean in when curious, step back when overwhelmed, sway when nervous, but the subconscious picks up on all of it. A sudden lean forward can feel like a challenge. A backward step can feel like rejection. A still center can feel like certainty. The body speaks before the mouth opens, and it's always telling the truth. Even if the words are lying used with intention, the weight transfer becomes a psychological lever. Lean in slowly while listening, and the other person feels heard, shift your weight away just slightly during a disagreement, and you subtly take power without aggression. Step forward while asking a question, and the emotional intensity spikes even if your voice remains calm. These shifts bypass logic and trigger primitive parts of the brain trained to read body language for survival. This is why high status individuals often remain physically grounded. Their weight is evenly distributed, unmoved by emotion. It radiates control. Meanwhile, those unsure of themselves rock pace, shift, betray their mind with every movement. The person who masters stillness commands the room. The one who knows when to shift commands attention, and when pressure builds, the person who controls their weight controls the direction of the moment, because long before decisions are made with the mouth, they're made in the bones. The forward lean freeze, the forward lean freeze, forward lean. Freeze is a psychological tactic that creates tension, dominance, and control by using posture without words. It starts with a subtle forward lean, just enough to signal engagement or intensity, and then stopping completely. No gestures, no blinking, no movement. That sudden stillness held just long enough creates an invisible pressure that forces the other person to respond, reveal, or retreat. The body becomes the message. The silence becomes the trap. Humans are deeply sensitive to physical cues, especially when someone leans into their space. It triggers a primal alert. Something is coming, something important, maybe even dangerous. But when that expected movement stops, when the lean freezes, it causes the brain to stall. The other person doesn't know whether to lean back, speak first, or wait for what's next. That hesitation is power. It breaks rhythm, disrupts certainty, and forces emotional discomfort. This technique is often used in interrogation rooms, executive boardrooms, or intense one-on-one conversations. It flips the energy without a single word. The lean suggests action. The freeze steals it away, and in that stolen space, the other person rushes to fill the gap. They fidget, they speak, they reveal. The silence becomes unbearable because the posture promised something, the moment didn't deliver. What makes the forward lean freeze so effective is how unnatural it feels to the receiver. The instinct is to move, to resolve the tension, to restore balance. But the person who initiated the phrase holds all the control. They decide when the energy shifts. They decide when words return. Until then, the room belongs to them, and everyone else is just reacting to stillness that feels louder than sound. The negative visualization, the negative visualization. Negative visualization is the mental act of vividly imagining the loss of everything you care about, not to suffer, but to remember what it's worth. While most people fixate on what they want to gain, this flips the mind backward into absence. What if the person you love disappeared tomorrow? What if your hands stopped working? What if the life you complain about vanished in the night? The trick isn't in torturing the mind, it's in shocking it awake. The brain adapts to pleasure, routine, even love. It gets numb. What was once a blessing becomes background noise, but when you visualize its destruction, its silence, its cold absence, it stirs the nervous system. Suddenly, that annoying coworker is someone you'd miss. That cheap coffee tastes sacred. That ordinary morning becomes a miracle simply because you pictured it gone. The negative visualization activates the part of the brain that prepares for threat and emotional loss. But when used intentionally, it creates reverse gratitude instead of waiting for disaster to appreciate your life. You simulate it ahead of time, and in doing so, you create depth. Love deepens, stillness returns, anxiety softens. You remember the sacred in the small people who practice. This become more resilient in the face of real tragedy, not less. They've rehearsed it, they've walked through it in their mind. So when the unexpected comes, and it always does, they are less shocked, less shattered. There is strength in sorrow that was imagined before it arrived. There is presence and pain that was already met in silence. It's the psychological version of fireproofing the soul by losing it all in the mind. You gain it all back in the heart, richer, fuller, and no longer taken for granted. The compliment sandwich. The compliment sandwich. Compliment sandwich is a psychological technique that softens criticism by surrounding it with praise. It creates a cushion around uncomfortable truth, making it easier to swallow without resistance or defensiveness. The structure is simple. Start with a compliment, insert the criticism, and end with another compliment. But behind that simplicity lies a deeply manipulative framework that plays on the brain's craving for approval and its aversion to pain. When people feel praised, their guard drops. They become more receptive, more open, more emotionally relaxed. But when criticism follows too suddenly, the ego snaps back like a trap. The compliment sandwich delays that snap. It delays the feeling of threat by layering the negative inside the warmth of validation. The first compliment disarms the critique, slides in while the defenses are still asleep, and the final compliment sends the person away feeling seen, even if what was said in the middle cut deep. This method is used by managers, parents, coaches, and manipulators. It works because the emotional brain remembers how it felt more than what was actually said. If someone walks away feeling appreciated, they're less likely to fixate on the sting of what was corrected. The sandwich structure keeps their self-worth intact while still delivering a necessary blow. It's like hiding medicine inside candy. Most won't even realize they've been hit with something bitter until it's already swallowed. But the power of this technique depends on subtlety. If the compliments feel fake or forced, the entire strategy collapses. But when done with precision, it becomes a tool for influence, allowing hard truths to be heard without backlash and leaving people feeling grateful to the very person who just cut them down. The because trigger, the because trigger is the invisible shortcut to human compliance. It doesn't work because the reason that follows is logical. It works because the mind is trained to obey the word itself when someone hears, because the brain relaxes its resistance and prepares to accept what comes next. Even if the reason is completely irrational, the trigger isn't in the explanation, it's in the signal that an explanation is coming. This reflex is ancient from the early childhood. People are conditioned to respond to because as justification, authority, or reasoning. You need to do this because I said so. We're going home because it's late. It becomes a mental cue that shuts off questioning and turns on obedience. And that conditioning doesn't fade. It hides in adult conversations, negotiations, and persuasion tactics, quietly rewiring judgment. In the background studies have shown that people are far more likely to say yes when a request is followed by, because even if the reasoning makes no sense, can I cut in line? Because I need to make a copy gets more compliance than the same request without a reason, even though the reason is obvious and offers no new information. The word itself is enough in conversation. This trigger becomes a tool of subtle control. Add, because before making a demand, before offering advice, before stating an opinion, and the statement feels more grounded, more rational, more acceptable, it gives weight to even the flimsiest argument. We should leave now because it feels right. I think you're wrong because this just doesn't add up. The structure bypasses resistance, not with force, but with flow. The power of the because trigger doesn't lie in truth. It lies in timing in the moment where doubt might rise. This single word bends the path of thought just enough to guide it somewhere else. The mirror, nod, the mirror nod is a psychological cue that silently generates agreement by triggering the brain's natural tendency to imitate what it sees. It's the act of subtly nodding while speaking, especially when stating something you want the other person to agree with, and because human beings are wired to mirror behavior, the person across from you will often begin to nod back without even realizing it. But what begins as a physical mimic quickly becomes mental alignment. Their body agrees first, and then their mind follows. Nodding is a primal signal of yes, and the moment someone sees it, their brain associates it with approval, correctness, and comfort. When that signal comes during a statement, like this is the best decision for both of us, or you see what I mean, right? The body's agreement begins before logic has a chance to object. It's influenced by rhythm, manipulation, by movement, a nonverbal suggestion that plants itself deep inside the nervous system and blooms as consent. This trick is used in interviews, sales meetings, confrontations, and even therapy. It's invisible, it's quiet, but it creates a powerful undertow of psychological momentum. The brain doesn't like to feel out of sync with the body. So when the head starts nodding, even involuntarily, the mind scrambles to make sense of the gesture by finding agreement with what's being said. The nod becomes proof to itself. What makes the mere nod so dangerous is how innocent it appears. There are no sharp words, no tension, just a gentle movement that causes the other person to lean forward, to listen more, to agree more, and they leave the conversation convinced that it was their idea all along, never realizing their body answered before their mind even had a chance. The silent stare. The silent stare. Silent stare is the unspoken confrontation that says everything without saying a word. It's the moment someone looks at you, not with emotion, not with threat, but with stillness, and the entire room tightens. It's not aggressive, it's not warm, it simply is. And in that space, the silence becomes heavier than sound, heavier than argument, heavier than apology. People are uncomfortable with being looked at for too long. The eyes are where we hide the least and feel the most when someone refuses to fill the space with words, explanations, or noise, and simply stares. Calm, still unblinking, it dismantles the rhythm of normal interaction. The silence becomes a vacuum. The longer it holds, the more the mind starts to crumble. Did I say something wrong? Are they angry? Do they know something? I don't. The brain floods the gap with fear, guilt, or curiosity and arguments. The silent stare flips power while others raise their voice, plead their case, or justify their emotions. The one who says nothing and only watches gains ground. They force the other person to carry the weight of both sides in negotiations. It breaks momentum in manipulation. It creates pressure in intimacy. It deepens connection because to be fully seen without interruption is one of the most intense human experiences. But the trick lies in how the stare is delivered, not wide-eyed, not squinting, just soft, still presence, as if the person is listening with their whole body, as if they've stopped blinking, because words are now irrelevant. That's when the stare becomes a mirror, and what the other person sees in it is their own mind, their own guilt, their own story, coming undone under the weight of quiet attention. The backhanded compliment, the backhanded compliment. Backhanded compliment is a psychological tactic that disorients the receiver by delivering praise wrapped in subtle insult. It's a statement that appears flattering on the surface, but carries an undercurrent of judgment, comparison, or dismissal. The brilliance of this technique lies in its ambiguity. It creates emotional confusion. The mind doesn't know whether to feel proud or offended, and while that internal conflict brews, the speaker maintains control when someone says, "You're surprisingly articulate for someone your age," or "I didn't expect you to do such a good job." The initial reaction might be gratitude, but seconds later, the second blade hits the unspoken implication that failure was expected, that you're not normally impressive, that you're the exception to some unspoken rule. And just like that, your self-image flickers. You smile politely, but part of you starts to shrink. This tactic is used to assert dominance, undercut confidence, or establish subtle superiority without overt confrontation. It's common in passive-aggressive power plays, manipulative friendships, competitive workplaces, and toxic relationships. The goal isn't to openly insult, it's to destabilize, to make the other person question where they stand, to provoke insecurity while still wearing the mask of kindness. What makes the backhanded compliment so effective is that it offers no clean response. Defend yourself and you look overly sensitive. Say thank you and you accept the insult. Stay silent and it lingers. The damage isn't loud. It's psychological, a tiny seed of doubt planted under the surface that keeps growing long after the conversation ends. The speaker walks away, appearing generous, while the listener walks away with a smile that doesn't feel quite real. The dominance walk, the dominance walk is not about speed, stride, or physical size. It's about the silent claim of space. It's the way a person moves through a room as if they own it, without needing permission, without asking for acknowledgement, and without rushing. People feel it before they notice it. The air shifts. Conversations pause. Heads turn not because of loudness, but because of something heavier, presence. Most people walk as if they're trying to get somewhere. The dominant walk moves like it's already there. Every step is paced, not too fast, not too slow. The arms swing naturally, but with intention. The chin is slightly lifted, never stiff, never timid. The eyes scan horizontally, never darting. The back is straight, grounded, as if anchored by gravity itself. No apologies, no tension, just total control of direction, time, and space. This is not a show. It's a signal in social hierarchies. The one who controls their pace controls perception rushed. Movement signals lower status, urgency, nervousness, submission, slowed, deliberate movement sends the opposite confidence, calm control. The body says, I belong here. I fear nothing. I answer to no one. And the dominance walk is most effective in transitional spaces, doorways, corridors, entrances. How a person enters a room dictates how others treat them for the next hour. When they hesitate, people ignore them. When they barge in, people brace. But when they glide in with composed self-possession, people adjust. They reposition themselves without even realizing it. They make space. What makes the dominance walk so influential is that it operates below language. It's animal, instinctive. Evolutionary people respond to it, not because they're impressed, but because something inside them recognizes what they're looking at, not a person showing off a person who doesn't need to. The shrinking response, the shrinking. The shrinking response is a psychological tactic that flips power dynamics by deliberately offering less than what's expected. Fewer words, less emotion, minimal reaction. It's the art of doing less to say more. In a world where people fight to be heard, the one who responds with calculated restraint gains unexpected control. The silence between their words becomes louder than any rant, and the absence of explanation becomes a weapon of influence. When someone throws a challenge, a demand, or an accusation, they expect engagement, they expect defense. But when the response is reduced to a quiet, maybe a slow nod, or a single unfinished sentence, the tension in the room shifts. The speaker begins to lean forward, trying to fill the void. They over-explain, backtrack, or push harder, because the shrinking response didn't give them what they were looking for. That lack becomes leverage. It creates discomfort, and in that discomfort, people begin to reveal more than they meant to. This technique thrives in conflict, manipulation, negotiation, and emotional power struggles. When emotions run high, most people expand. They speak louder, gesture more, try to dominate. But the one who shrinks, who holds, still speaks less. Withholds reaction, becomes the psychological center of gravity. Everyone else moves around them. The shrinking response doesn't beg for attention. It forces it, not by shouting, but by vanishing just enough to be chased, and that chase is everything. Because once the other person is chasing, understanding, approval, or clarity, they've already given up control. They lean in, fill in the blanks, and try to resolve the tension you left hanging in the air. Meanwhile, you say almost nothing, but hold all the power. The how would you feel? Trick the how would you feel? Trick. The how would you feel? Trick is the psychological switch that pulls someone out of defense and drops them straight into empathy. It doesn't demand agreement. It doesn't attack logic. It bypasses resistance entirely by shifting the focus inward. The moment someone is asked, "How would you feel if that happened to you?" their brain stops arguing and starts imagining, and that's where everything changes. Most people defend their actions by rationalizing them. They explain, they justify, they detach. But when asked how they would feel in the exact same position, something collapses, their shield turns inward. Now they're picturing themselves on the receiving end. Now it's not just theory, it's personal. The mind that was pushing back is now forced to feel, and when feeling enters the equation, logic bends. This trick works because it triggers one of the brain's most primal systems, mirror, empathy. It's the same response that makes people waz when they see someone get hurt or cry during a movie. It creates internal discomfort, not because they're wrong, but because they've momentarily become the victim in their own story. That shift produces shame, hesitation, softness in conflict. This question is a tactical weapon. It disarms without escalation. It doesn't accuse, it reflects. And because it asks a question, it preserves dignity, but inside it changes everything. Even the most self-righteous mind can falter under its weight, not immediately, but something sticks. It lingers. It gnaws at the ego in silence later. Manipulators use this to induce guilt. Therapists use it to awaken insight. Parents use it to teach morality. Friends use it to beg for fairness. It's soft, but it's not weak. It's a mirror, and when someone's forced to look into it, they often don't like what they see. The anchoring effect. Anchoring effect. The anchoring effect is a psychological trap that quietly dictates how people perceive value simply by introducing a number or idea first. It doesn't matter if the anchor is random or absurd once it's planted. It shapes every judgment that follows. The brain doesn't reset it, compares. And that first piece of information becomes the invisible ruler against which all other options are measured. People think they're being rational, but they're just reacting to the anchor. When someone hears this, usually costs $10,000, even if it's a lie. Their brain holds on to that number, so when the price drops to 5 zeros, it feels like a bargain because the comparison was rigged. The anchor wasn't the truth, it was the frame, and from that frame, all value is distorted. This is why salespeople always start high, why negotiators make the first offer, why fake discounts feel exciting. The first number becomes the reality, whether it deserves to be or not. But it's not just money. Anchors work with time, status, expectations, and emotion. Say something is urgent, and suddenly the person feels rushed. Say, most people finish in 5 minutes, and now 10 feels like failure. The anchor doesn't need to be true. It just needs to land first. And once it does, everything else gets dragged into its orbit. This technique is used in courtrooms, advertising, relationships, and manipulation. It's silent, fast, and effective. People rarely question where their standard came from. They just react to it. The trick is in going first, because once someone's mind is anchored, even a bad deal feels fair, even a lie feels reasonable. And by the time they realize it wasn't, they've already agreed the unexpected agreement. The unexpected agreement. The unexpected agreement is the psychological jolt that throws someone off balance by giving them exactly what they were prepared to fight against. In a world addicted to argument, confrontation is expected, especially when emotions run high. But when someone disarms tension by saying, "You're right," or "I actually agree with that," and at the precise moment when conflict is rising, it short circuits the other person's aggression. Suddenly, the wind is gone from their lungs and their script no longer fits. This trick works because most people don't argue to be correct. They argue to be heard, to be validated, to be seen when they're bracing for resistance, and instead receive agreement. It satisfies the ego's hunger faster than conflict ever could. It triggers confusion. Their energy was building for a fight, but now there's nothing to push against. The moment becomes awkward, open, vulnerable, and in that pause, the conversation can be redirected. The key is in when and how the agreement is delivered. It's not about surrendering or faking weakness. It's about strategic alignment. "You're right. This situation is frustrating. I agree. It doesn't seem fair at all." These phrases shift the emotional battlefield. The attacker becomes the ally, and once the emotional charge drops, influence quietly slips in, because after someone feels understood, they're far more willing to understand. The unexpected agreement is a tool of control disguised as humility. It pacifies conflict without submission. It buys peace without apology, and in some cases, it even traps manipulators, because once they believe they've won, they lower their guard. That's when the real message can be delivered. Calm, sharp, and unresisted. People expect defense. They prepare for pushback, but when agreement appears instead, it rewrites the rules of the delayed nod moment. The delayed nod is a psychological gesture that silently bends conversations in your favor by using timing to create the illusion of deep agreement or thoughtful validation. Unlike a regular nod that happens instantly and automatically, the delayed nod waits just a beat too long, and then comes that tiny pause before the movement triggers something powerful in the other person's brain. It doesn't just say, "I agree." It says, "I really considered what you just said, and I still agree." And that makes people feel profoundly seen. Humans crave validation. When someone nods too quickly, it can feel dismissive, like a reflex. But when the nod arrives after a moment of silence, after steady eye contact, after the weight of their words has settled, it feels earned. That hesitation transforms the nod into a reward. It makes the speaker feel like they just said something meaningful, and when people believe they're being understood on a deeper level, they soften, they trust, they reveal more. This technique is quietly used by therapists, mediators, interrogators, and powerful conversationalists. It makes people open up faster, trust more deeply, and agree more easily. The person doing the delayed nod speaks less, but controls more with one gesture. They plant the idea, "I'm with you, I'm listening, you're right," and in that belief, people relax their defenses even when they shouldn't. But the delayed nod can also deceive. It can be used to fake empathy, to manipulate, to create false rapport. The speaker thinks they found connection, but they've actually entered a controlled emotional environment where every movement has been calculated. The nod didn't come from the heart, it came from the strategy, and yet it still works. Because in that one moment of stillness, most people never realize they've already handed over their trust. The close space, pause, the close space, pause, close space, Pause is the unspoken pressure that happens when physical proximity meets deliberate silence. It's not about being near, it's about how long someone stays there without speaking. Just a few inches too close, held just a few seconds too long, and the atmosphere changes. Hearts race, thoughts scramble. The brain starts searching for meaning in the quiet, and that's exactly where control begins. Most people are trained to feel silence, especially when they're standing face to face. Silence feels awkward. The closer the bodies, the louder that silence gets. It's not just a pause, it's a confrontation. Without words, a moment where everything unspoken becomes unbearable when someone steps close and says nothing. The tension builds like a storm behind glass, and it's almost always the other person who speaks first. This technique is often used in interrogation rooms, high-stakes negotiations, and manipulation tactics. But it doesn't require aggression, it requires stillness. The key isn't to intimidate, it's to remain completely calm, present, and emotionally neutral while the other person wrestles with the pressure of proximity. In that quiet space, their mind floods with self-doubt. Did I say too much? Do they know what I'm hiding? What are they waiting for? And suddenly the silence becomes louder than any accusation could ever be, even outside of conflict. The close space, pause can spark emotional vulnerability in romance, Corée. It creates magnetic tension in friendship. It signals deep listening in leadership. It asserts power without domination, but always it reveals, because when the spoken mouth stays closed and the distance stays close, the other person starts to show their hand, not through what they say, but through what they can't stop themselves from saying next. The double blink, sync. The double blink, sync. The double blink, sync is a nonverbal psychological trick that creates rapid rapport and subconscious alignment through an overlooked reflex. Blinking, it involves matching someone's blinking rhythm, specifically their double blink, and subtly syncing your own behavior to it. The brain notices patterns long before the conscious mind does, and when someone mirrors your involuntary actions, it creates the eerie but comforting illusion that you're in sync. That illusion opens emotional doors without a single word. Blinking is one of the most primal and unconscious things humans do. It reflects our internal state, nervousness, focus, boredom, trust. And when someone notices that another person is blinking at the same rhythm, they are especially a rare double blink. Their subconscious registers it as familiarity. The person begins to feel a strange sense of connection, like they're being understood at a level beyond language. It feels like resonance, like flow, and most importantly, it feels safe. This technique is almost never noticed consciously, which is exactly why it's so effective. It's used by hypnotists, elite persuaders, and even manipulators to slip past verbal resistance and create unspoken trust. The double blink, when mirrored carefully and not immediately, plants the idea we're the same, we move the same, we're in rhythm, and once that belief is seated, it becomes easier to guide someone's emotions, opinions, and decisions. The real power lies in timing. Mirroring the blink too quickly looks force, too slowly, and it loses effect. But when it's just delayed enough to feel natural, the impact hits. The other person doesn't realize they're opening up. They don't know they're mirroring more back, but they do it and they feel closer. The sync becomes invisible influence, hiding in the most human reflex of all, the incomplete sentence. Incomplete sentence. The incomplete sentence is the artful use of unfinished thoughts to ignite curiosity and compel engagement. It's not in delivering every detail, but in leaving something unsaid that grabs the listener's mind and pulls them into the narrative. When a sentence trails off without a full conclusion, it creates a mental gap that demands to be filled, transforming passive hearing into active participation. At its core, the incomplete sentence exploits our natural desire for closure. Our brains are hardwired to complete patterns and resolve ambiguity. When someone hears an unfinished thought, the mind immediately jumps to bridge the gap, often adding layers of personal interpretation, emotion, and meaning. This technique turns every conversation into a collaborative creation as the listener becomes an involuntary co-author of the dialogue. That space where words falter is in fact a trigger that pulls at the strings of imagination and memory. This method thrives in moments of emotional intensity when a speaker allows their sentence to hang in the air. It lingers, resonating with what was left unsaid. The listener's mind races, guessing, yearning to know more, to resolve the tension between expression and silence. Each incomplete sentence taps into the inherent human resistance to uncertainty, harnessing that discomfort and morphing it into a powerful tool for connection. The effect is subtle yet compelling, a quiet acknowledgement that not everything needs to be spelled out, and that sometimes what isn't said speaks the loudest in that delicate balance between silence and language. The true dialogue begins echoing with unspoken truths and shared understanding. The incomplete sentence is a reminder that our minds love to finish what life leaves hanging, and in doing so, they write their own stories from the fragments left behind. The eyebrow raise, the eyebrow raise, trigger, trigger. The eyebrow raise. Trigger is a subtle psychological cue that sparks curiosity, signals intrigue, and quietly pressures the other person to keep talking or prove themselves. It's the slight upward lift of the eyebrows at the exact moment someone says something revealing questionable or emotionally loaded. That single gesture, silent and small, sends a message straight to the subconscious. I noticed that. Keep going. Explain yourself. And because the human mind craves approval and fears judgment, the response is almost always the same. Disclosure. Eyebrows are one of the most expressive parts of the human face. They react faster than words. A quick raise can show surprise, interest, skepticism, or challenge, all without saying a thing. But when used deliberately, the eyebrow raise becomes a psychological lever. Someone shares an opinion, a confession, or even a lie, and you don't nod, you don't interrupt, you just raise your eyebrows and hold their gaze. The silence does the rest. The brain panics in the void, and the speaker starts filling it, often with information they hadn't planned to share. This technique is used by skilled interrogators, therapists, negotiators, and emotional manipulators. It works because it taps into the fear of being misunderstood or judged. The raised eyebrows don't confirm or deny anything. They just hang there, waiting, and in that suspended reaction, the other person begins to unravel. They clarify, they expand, they backtrack, not because they were asked, but because they felt watched and not entirely approved of. The eyebrow raise doesn't need to be dramatic. In fact, the more subtle it is, the more powerful it becomes. It slips under the radar. It doesn't feel like confrontation. It feels like quiet scrutiny, and in the silence that follows, the truth usually spills out, not from pressure, from the unbearable need to fill that tiny lifted question, the unspoken bond, the unspoken. The unspoken bond is the invisible thread that connects two people without a single word being exchanged. It forms in the space between glances, in the pauses between sentences, in the quiet understanding that something meaningful is happening beneath the surface. It's not built on logic or shared opinions. It's built on recognition, a silent acknowledgement that says you feel it too. This bond is created not through what is said, but through what doesn't have to be said. It's the way two people pick up the same emotional rhythm without planning, to the way one person's eyes soften and the other just knows what it means. It's the look shared across a room when everyone else is laughing, but you both understand the joke is covering something darker. It's the kind of connection that doesn't beg for explanation because it already is. The unspoken bond is formed in moments of shared vulnerability, tension, or deep resonance in a crisis, when everything breaks and someone simply sits beside you in silence. It forms in a crowded place when a passing glance holds a little too long and neither of you looks away. It forms when someone starts a sentence and the other finishes it without trying. It's already there. This type of bond is deeply emotional, yet dangerously hard to explain. It bypasses the need for validation. You don't need to prove anything, explain anything, or defend your feelings. It just exists, and that's what makes it so powerful, because in a world obsessed with over-talking, oversharing, and over-proving, the unspoken bond stands in quiet defiance. It's subtle but unforgettable, and once it forms, it can haunt a person, because no amount of conversation can replicate the feeling of being truly understood without a single word. The "can you do me?" The "can you do me a favor?" trick, a favor trick. The "can you do me a favor?" trick is a psychological trap disguised as a polite request. It works by triggering a powerful social reflex, the need to be seen as helpful, agreeable, and kind before the real ask is even revealed. The brilliance of this technique is in how it sets the emotional hook before the logical mind kicks in. When someone hears those words, their brain doesn't calculate cost. It calculates social risk. Saying no feels rude, and most people would rather be uncomfortable than confrontational. The moment someone says, "Can you do me a favor?" the listener instinctively leans in. There's tension, curiosity, and a subtle moral pressure. Most people say, "Sure," before they even know what they're agreeing to. That yes isn't to the favor, it's to the relationship, to the image they want to protect, to the feeling of being good. And once that verbal commitment is made, backing out becomes harder. The trap has already closed. Manipulators, salespeople, and persuasive negotiators use this trick to gain compliance without force. It creates a psychological contract. You agreed to help, so now you're emotionally invested. And even if the favor is bigger than expected, most people follow through just to stay consistent with their earlier response. The trick weaponizes discomfort, avoidance. No one wants to look selfish or uncooperative, especially after they've said yes in front of someone else. The real danger is how small it seems. It starts with 5 harmless words, but once the door opens, the person on the other side has already walked in, not because they were forced, but because saying yes made them feel like the kind of person who wouldn't say no. The role reversal. The role reversal is the role reversal, psychological flip that turns power upside down, not by force, but by shifting perception. It's the moment when someone subtly invites another person to step into their shoes, not through accusation, but through perspective. This isn't about guilt tripping, it's about quietly handing the emotional mirror to the other side and letting them see themselves from the outside. The most disarming part, they don't even realize they've changed roles until it's too late to unfeel it. It starts with a question, a story, a scenario. What would you have done if it were you? Imagine if the person you love was treated like that. These aren't attacks. They're invitations, and because they don't sound like confrontation, the defenses don't rise. Instead, the brain slips into simulation mode. It begins to feel, and when someone feels what the other side felt, everything shifts. Role reversal is powerful in conflict because it doesn't scream. It reflects it, doesn't demand apology. It plants awareness in just a few words. The aggressor becomes the victim, the critic becomes the misunderstood, the manipulator becomes the manipulated. It happens in silence, in imagination, in those fleeting seconds when someone pauses, not because they lost the argument, but because they just saw it. This shift is often used by master communicators, therapists, negotiators, even con artists, because once someone has emotionally stepped into another's shoes, their certainty melts, their posture softens. They begin to question their own reactions, not because they were told to, but because they felt the other side, and feelings are harder to argue with than facts. That's the genius of the role reversal. It doesn't confront the ego. It lets the ego confront itself, the scarcity frame. The scarcity frame is a psychological manipulation that inflates desire by making something appear limited, exclusive, or on the verge of disappearing. It taps into a primal fear, the fear of missing out when something seems rare. People stop evaluating its actual value and start chasing it simply because they think they might lose the chance. The brain doesn't ask, "Do I need this?" It screams, "What if I never get another shot?" Scarcity distorts perception. A product with 5 left in stock seems more valuable than the same one with unlimited supply. A person who pulls away suddenly feels more attractive than the one always available. A job, a date, a secret, an invitation. Once it's framed as rare, urgency takes over and logic disappears. People rush to secure it, not because it's right, but because it might be gone. That fear of loss becomes stronger than any real desire for gain. Marketers, manipulators, and high-pressure closers use this trick constantly. They don't just sell the thing, they sell the clock only 2 hours left. Spots are limited. I don't usually do this. It forces people into emotional decisions, not rational ones. And in relationships, this frame is used even more. Dangerously, someone becomes cold, unavailable, elusive, and suddenly their attention becomes a prize. Not because it's earned, because it's withheld. The scarcity frame rewires the brain to confuse urgency with value. The less accessible something is made to seem, the more people chase it. It doesn't matter if it's useful, healthy, or even wanted. It matters that it might vanish, and once someone feels like they're about to lose something, they'll do almost anything to keep it, even if they never truly needed it in the first place. The pseudo-confession. The pseudo-confession is the illusion of vulnerability, designed to unlock real vulnerability in others. It sounds like honesty, it feels like intimacy, but at its core, it's a calculated move, an emotional decoy meant to lower defenses, invite trust, and extract truth without ever giving it. The person using it appears open, disarmed, even wounded, but what they're revealing isn't the truth. It's bait. This trick works because humans are wired to mirror vulnerability. When someone opens up even slightly, the listener's subconscious starts to match it. Emotional symmetry kicks in. If they're being real, I can be too. But the genius of the pseudo-confession is that it's not real at all. It's curated, often harmless, vague, or even entirely fabricated. I used to be terrible at relationships. I've made some really bad mistakes in the past. I don't tell many people this, but these statements sound raw, but they reveal nothing concrete. No names, no consequences, just the appearance of depth. Meanwhile, the other person, now softened, now trusting, starts to offer up real truths, secrets, stories, confessions, with emotional weight, because they feel safe, they feel seen, they feel like this is a mutual moment, but it isn't. It's a setup. The pseudo-confession was never about honesty, it was about control. It creates an emotional imbalance where one person feels exposed while the other remains protected behind a mask of false openness. It's often used by manipulators, seducers, and even leaders to create rapid emotional bonds. But the damage appears later when the person who gave everything realizes they received nothing in return, because what felt like a moment of shared vulnerability was actually a one-sided performance. And once the truth of that imbalance hits, it's hard to trust anyone who seems so real ever again. The verbal mirror. The verbal mirror is a psychological technique that creates instant rapport by reflecting someone's exact words back to them. It works by triggering a deep unconscious recognition. You sound like me, so you must understand me. When people hear their own language, echoed even just a phrase or a single word, they feel heard, validated, and emotionally aligned. It's not flattery, it's familiarity, and the human brain is drawn to anything that feels familiar. In high-stakes conversations, arguments, negotiations, or even therapy, people want to feel in control. They want to feel like their perspective is being acknowledged. The verbal mirror bypasses their defenses by feeding their language back to them, not as mockery, but as subtle mimicry. If someone says, "I feel like nobody listens to what I'm really trying to say," and you reply, "What you're really trying to say is important," and something clicks in their nervous system. You didn't just respond, you reflected, and that reflection pulls them closer. This technique works even better when tension is high. People stop listening When emotions flare, but mirroring their exact words forces them to slow down, recognize their own thoughts, and subconsciously drop their guard. It doesn't matter if you agree. It matters that you mirrored that act alone makes the speaker feel like their words matter. And when someone feels understood, they become more persuadable. Manipulators, hostage negotiators, and expert communicators use verbal mirroring not to agree, but to control, to disarm, to build a bridge made entirely of the other person's own words. And once that bridge is built, people will often walk across it willingly, believing they found someone who sees them, not realizing it was just their reflection staring back. The question bounce. The question bounce is the conversational deflection that flips pressure back onto the other person effortlessly, invisibly, and with surgical precision. It's not avoidance, it's redirection, and when used correctly, it allows someone to dodge accountability, conceal intention, or assert dominance without ever appearing evasive. The person asking the questions stays in control. The one answering them reveals everything. This trick starts with subtlety. Someone asks, "Why did you say that?" Instead of answering directly, the other responds, "What made you ask that?" One question for another, and just like that, the emotional weight shifts. Now the original asker is explaining themselves, revealing their motives and exposing their emotional stance, all while thinking they're still the one in charge, but they're not. They've just been bounced. The brilliance of the question bounce lies in how natural it feels. It doesn't come off as resistance. It comes off as curiosity. It flatters the ego of the asker. "You're so interesting. I'd rather understand you." Meanwhile, the person doing the bouncing collects data, buys time, and stays emotionally protected. It's how skilled negotiators avoid commitment, how manipulators gain intel, and how charmers stay mysterious without being cold, even in conflict. The question bounce neutralizes heat. Instead of defending a position, it turns the spotlight around. "Why are you so upset?" becomes, "What about this feels unfair to you?" That shift rewires the emotional momentum. The other person starts talking, unpacking, unraveling, while the one who bounced simply listens, collects, and remains untouched. It's not always malicious. Sometimes it's strategic, sometimes it's survival, but once someone masters the bounce, they can guide any conversation without revealing more than they want, because when questions become shields, silence isn't needed to stay hidden. Just a well-placed mirror, the status echo. The status echo is a psychological tactic that mimics someone's perceived social rank tone or language to build instant connection or carefully manipulate it. It's based on the principle that people feel safest around others who reflect their identity, confidence, or position by echoing the subtle signals of someone's status. How they speak, how fast they talk, what vocabulary they use, how they carry themselves. You trigger a powerful subconscious response. This person is like me. They get it. People measure status constantly, not just by income or appearance, but through micro signals, posture, phrasing, pace. Even the type of humor used when someone of high status hears their behavioral patterns reflected back to them, they relax. The mirror validates their power. It signals alliance, familiarity, even admiration, and that validation opens doors, lowers defenses, and increases influence without ever needing to challenge authority directly. But the real manipulation comes when the echo isn't about flattery, it's about control. A skilled operator will echo just enough status to create comfort while subtly inserting dominance. If someone speaks formally, the echo begins formal too, but shifts slightly more confident. If someone is laid back, the echo joins in, then pushes the pace just a bit. It's not about becoming them, it's about building a bridge, then leading them across it. This technique is used in job interviews, high stakes sales, political persuasion, and psychological manipulation. The person being mirrored often feels strangely understood, even admired, when in reality, they're being carefully studied, copied, and led. The status echo doesn't just win trust, it builds a hidden power hierarchy under the illusion of similarity, and once someone feels the other person is just like them, they rarely notice who's actually in control. The over-ask strategy. The over-ask strategy is the deliberate act of making an initial request so extreme, so excessive, that anything smaller that follows feels reasonable by comparison. It's not about getting the outrageous demand, it's about framing the next one as a relief. It plays on a deep psychological flaw. Humans don't evaluate requests in isolation. They compare, they contrast, they calibrate their willingness based on what came before, not what stands on its own. This tactic is used everywhere by salespeople, negotiators, manipulators, even children. A kid is asked to stay out all night. The parent says no. The kid compromises and asks to stay out until midnight. Instead, it suddenly feels like a win for both. But in truth, the second request was the real goal all along. The first to ask was never meant to succeed. It was meant to shift the scale. The over-ask works because it manipulates emotional contrast. The first request creates tension, discomfort, resistance. Then when the second request is made, that tension is released. The other person feels generous even if they just gave more than they normally would. It's not logic that drives the yes, it's relief. This is why the over-ask is so dangerous in skilled hands. It doesn't just work in negotiation. It works in relationships, in manipulation, in controlling dynamics. One person demands emotional labor, constant attention, or total access when they back down and ask for just a little more time. The other side complies because they've been primed to see that smaller request as mercy, not manipulation. The power of this strategy isn't in the ask, it's in the setup. And once someone is conditioned to see unreasonable things as not that bad, they become easier and easier to control, not because they're weak, but because they were never meant to say yes to the first demand. The first to speak loses rule. The first to speak loses rule is a high-stakes psychological tactic built on the brutal power of silence. It plays out in negotiations, confrontations, and moments of tension where both parties want something, but only one is willing to wait. The idea is simple. The person who breaks the silence first usually gives up something, concedes ground, or reveals weakness, and yet in practice it's anything but simple, because silence feels unbearable. Humans are wired to fear awkwardness. In tense situations, silence grows louder With each passing second, it feels like pressure, like failure, like loss of control. That discomfort drives most people to speak, just to make the silence stop. But when they do, they almost always give away too much. They fill the space with explanations, with compromises, with emotional leakage, and the person who stayed quiet walks away with more leverage, more information, more power. This rule is used by elite negotiators, military interrogators, and skilled manipulators. It doesn't matter who started the conversation, it matters who ends the silence. When both parties are staring across the table, waiting for the other to blink, the one who speaks first breaks the psychological standoff, and often does so from a place of anxiety, not strategy, a discount, an apology, an unnecessary detail. It all leaks out in those pressured seconds. The silence is the battlefield. Most people can't sit in it, but those who can, they win without ever needing to raise their voice. They let the other person rush to fill the void, and in doing so, let them reveal everything they weren't supposed to say, not by force, but by waiting and listening and letting the silence do the talking. The emotional tap. The emotional tap is the subtle triggering of a specific emotion in another person, not through confrontation, but through precision. It's not about causing a scene. It's about knowing exactly which emotional button to press and when to shift the tone of a conversation, gain control, or extract a deeper reaction. Like a finger tapping a glass of water, it doesn't break anything. It just creates ripples that move everything beneath the surface. People are emotional creatures long before they are rational. A single phrase, a certain tone, a well-placed pause can awaken an entire memory, insecurity, or craving. The emotional tap targets that fragility with surgical timing. It doesn't scream, it whispers exactly what the person wasn't ready to hear or desperately wanted to. You always try so hard to be perfect. It's okay to admit it. Hurt you. Don't have to pretend right now. These aren't accusations, they're quiet detonations. This technique is powerful because it bypasses argument the moment someone is emotionally triggered. Logic fades. Their walls crack. They either soften or lash out, but either way they reveal themselves. The emotional tap isn't about volume or dominance. It's about precision, knowing that one sentence delivered with calm intensity will create more chaos or more connection than an entire lecture ever could. Skilled manipulators use this to make people cry, confess, or comply. Therapists use it to make breakthroughs. Lovers use it to pull each other close or tear each other apart. The difference is intention, but the effect is always the same. Control, because when someone is in their emotions, they're no longer behind the wheel, and the one who tapped it just once softly becomes the one steering. Everything that comes next, the cough, interrupt the cough. Interrupt is a psychological disruption technique that derails someone's train of thought and reclaims control of the conversation without needing to say a single word. It's a small, deliberate interruption, a light cough, a throat clear, a subtle vocal break that creates just enough disturbance to reset the emotional momentum in your favor. It doesn't seem aggressive. It doesn't look confrontational, but it works because the human mind clings to rhythm, and when that rhythm is broken, the focus collapses in intense discussions, power struggles, or moments where someone is dominating the conversation, people fall into flow. They build emotional steam. They speak faster, louder, more confidently, and then suddenly, a cough cuts through it. Just a brief sound, just enough to make them stop, even for a second. That second is all it takes to shift control. The speaker hesitates. The rhythm breaks the energy they were building, loses its grip, and you're free to redirect the conversation. This trick is especially effective when the other person is trying to corner you verbally, rushing with accusations, lecturing, or pressuring. You don't match their volume. You don't interrupt with words. You just cough. Clear your throat. Make a small sound that feels incidental but lands like a reset button. Their speech stumbles, their momentum slips, and you slide back into control with calm precision, used in courtroom cross-examinations, manipulative conversations, and tactical interviews. The cough interrupt is subtle enough to go unnoticed, but strong enough to fracture emotional momentum. It's the kind of move that makes people forget where they were going, forget how powerful they sounded, forget what they were about to demand, not because they were wrong, but because their rhythm was shattered and their mind hasn't caught up. The false time limit. The false time limit is the quiet pressure bomb that forces decisions, compliance, or confessions, not by demanding urgency, but by pretending there's no time left. It's the illusion of a closing window, a vanishing opportunity, or an ending conversation, and even though it's fake, it hijacks the brain's panic circuitry as if it were real, because when people think the clock is ticking, they stop thinking clearly. This trick plays on the scarcity principle, the idea that something becomes more valuable the moment it feels limited. But here, it's not about limited resources, it's about limited time. I only have a minute, but we can talk more later. I really have to go. I'm not sure I'll get a chance to ask this again. These phrases ignite urgency. They tell the subconscious, decide now, speak now, give in now, or lose the chance forever. It works because urgency strips away reflection. People become reactive. They say yes before they're ready. They reveal more than they intended. They agree to terms they would have questioned if given time. And the genius of the false time limit is that it never feels forced, it's casual, rushed. I just wanted to say one quick thing, but it's always enough to push someone over the edge of hesitation. Manipulators use this to speed up decisions, close emotional gaps, or bypass resistance. It's effective in arguments, seduction, sales, and persuasion. The person on the receiving end often doesn't even realize they've been rushed until much later, when clarity returns and regret sets in. The most dangerous part, once urgency takes hold, the emotional mind takes the wheel. Logic fades, boundaries soften, and in that final ticking moment, people don't think about what's right. They think about what won't be lost. The shared enemy trick. The shared enemy trick is a psychological bonding tactic that forges instant connection by uniting people against a common outsider. It works because humans are tribal by nature. Nothing brings people closer together faster than a mutual threat. Agreement might create friendship, but shared resentment creates loyalty. When someone sees that you dislike the same thing they do, they instinctively feel safer around you, more open, more aligned. You become part of their tribe, not because you share values, but because you share opposition. This tactic is often used in manipulation, politics, cult psychology, and toxic relationships instead of building trust slowly through honesty or vulnerability. The manipulator fast tracks intimacy by targeting something or someone else. I can't stand how fake they are. You know what's wrong with people like that. These phrases signal alliance through negativity. The other person feels validated in their judgment, and suddenly trust is built on the ashes of someone else's reputation. It doesn't even matter if the enemy is real. It could be an ex, a boss, a coworker, a celebrity, a social group, or an idea. What matters is that the target bonds with you over the rejection of something else. This bypasses rational evaluation. You're not being judged on your merit. You're being welcomed as an ally in a war, even if it's only verbal, and that bond becomes emotional cement. The danger is how fast it works. People mistake shared negativity for connection. They open up quickly, defend quickly, align themselves emotionally, all because they feel understood. But the truth is, they don't feel understood. They feel sided with. And when that bond is built on contempt, the relationship that follows often becomes just as corrosive as the enemy it replaced the framed weakness. The framed weakness is the deliberate exposure of a flaw, mistake, or insecurity, but spun in a way that increases power, not diminishes it. It looks like honesty. It sounds like humility. But beneath the surface, it's strategy. Because when someone chooses how and when to show weakness, they control how others respond to it. And when weakness is framed correctly, it doesn't invite judgment. It earns trust, lowers defenses, and often commands unexpected respect. This tactic works because humans are wired to distrust perfection. People who seem flawless trigger suspicion, envy, or distance. But someone who shows just the right amount of vulnerability, especially when it's carefully chosen, feels real, relatable. Safe. I've struggled with this in the past. This hasn't always come easy for me. I know. I'm not the best at that. These statements lower emotional resistance. They invite connection, but what makes it framed is that the weakness revealed is almost always one that makes the speaker look better for admitting it. It's the job interview trick. My biggest flaw, I work too hard. It's the influencer's confession. I used to doubt myself, but look where I am now. It's the manipulator's soft setup. I've been hurt before, so I don't trust easily. The message isn't about being weak. It's about being safe, relatable, or above weakness, because it's now under control. Skilled users of this technique weaponize it in negotiations, leadership, dating, even manipulation, because the moment you frame a weakness yourself, you strip it of its power too. Be used against you, you own it, shape it, control it, and by revealing it on your terms, you take the emotional high ground, while the other person leans in, thinking that they've seen the real you, not realizing they've been only seen what you wanted them to. The unexpected. Thank you. The unexpected thank you is a psychological tactic that flips tension into compliance by offering gratitude before it's earned. It's the art of thanking someone not after they've helped, but just before framing the outcome as already decided. This simple move bypasses resistance by triggering a deep subconscious need to stay consistent with how they've just been seen. The moment someone hears, "Thank you for doing this," their brain shifts from choice to expectation, and that expectation becomes pressure. People want to live up to the image others have of them, especially when that image is generous, helpful, or kind. When you say thanks, before someone agrees, you subtly hand them that identity. You're not asking, you're assuming, and the assumption becomes a psychological script they feel compelled to follow. Saying no now feels like breaking character, rejecting not just the request, but the version of themselves. They've just been cast as this trick is used by skilled persuaders, salespeople, passive-aggressive manipulators, and even emotional abusers. It's disarming because it wears politeness like armor. The phrase sounds warm, even respectful, but under the surface, it robs the other person of their full freedom to choose. They're no longer deciding whether to help. They're deciding whether to contradict the image you've already painted of them. The kind, reliable one. It works in relationships, workplace, dynamics, negotiations, and subtle power plays, and the effect is stronger when the thank you feels genuine. The trick isn't in force, it's in charm. It turns pressure into flattery, and once someone's been thanked, they're halfway to compliance whether they realize it or not, because nobody wants to feel like the villain in someone else's story, especially not right after being cast as the hero. The misdirection compliment. The misdirection compliment is the psychological sleight of hand that flatters someone not to lift them up, but to guide their attention away from what really matters. It's not just praise, it's a distraction wrapped in charm. This tactic gives just enough validation to disarm the other person, all while quietly moving the conversation, the suspicion, or the emotion somewhere else. It works because people rarely question flattery when it lands exactly where they want it at first glance. It sounds sincere. "You're so smart. I'm surprised you even asked that. I admire how calm you. Stay even now. You're always good at reading people." But under the surface, it's doing something else. It's planting a frame, suggesting a truth, pulling the spotlight away from the deeper issue, the hidden motive, or the real threat. The compliment becomes camouflage, one that makes the speaker seem kind while actually manipulating perception. This trick is especially effective in high-stakes conversations. When tension rises, a well-placed compliment diffuses resistance. It softens suspicion. It makes the target feel seen, understood, even admired right before they're nudged into agreement, misled by false security, or emotionally outmaneuvered. The mind, caught in the glow of approval, forgets to ask the right questions. Manipulators use this to redirect attention. Leaders use it to reframe criticism. Seducers use it to make closeness feel like choice instead of manipulation. The most dangerous part is how good it feels to receive. People want to believe compliments. They lower their guard when praised, especially if the praise touches something they secretly hope is true. The misdirection compliment doesn't scream. It smiles, it flatters. It gives just enough to earn trust while keeping the real agenda hidden in plain sight. Because when someone feels admired, they rarely look behind the curtain to see why the triangulation frame. The triangulation frame is a psychological manipulation technique that controls perception by introducing a third party, real or imagined, into the dynamic, instead of engaging directly. The manipulator shifts the focus by referencing what someone else thinks, feels, or expects. It's a diversion tactic disguised as perspective, and it works because humans instinctively defer to consensus, social comparison, and outside validation. When a third voice enters the room, even invisibly, the power balance tilts. Rather than saying, "I think you're wrong," the manipulator says, "Even Sarah thought that was a bit reckless." And rather than confessing an opinion, they frame it as universal truth. Most people would agree. This isn't okay. This triangulation doesn't just soften confrontation, it adds weight. Suddenly, it's not one person's belief. It's the group, the expert, the world, and that imagined agreement makes it harder to push back because rejecting it feels like rejecting reality. In toxic relationships, triangulation is used to create insecurity and competition. One partner might say, "My ex never had this issue," or "everyone else thinks I'm generous." These aren't just statements. They're psychological wedges. They force the listener to question themselves, compare, compete, or seek approval. And while they're busy doing that, the manipulator remains untouchable, hidden behind the mask of someone else's opinion. The triangulation frame is subtle and sinister. It allows the speaker to challenge, manipulate, or shame without direct confrontation, and because the third party isn't present to be questioned, their so-called opinion becomes unchallengeable. That distance creates power, because now the listener isn't just dealing with a conversation, they're dealing with a narrative. One they didn't write one. They can't escape one where someone else's voice is always louder than their own. The labeling effect. The labeling effect is the quiet manipulation that turns words into identities. It's the moment someone isn't just told what they did, they're told what they are. And the moment that label sticks, it begins to shape behavior, decision, and even self-worth. You're so reliable. You've always been the difficult one. You're a natural leader. These aren't just observations, they're definitions, and once spoken, they begin to echo inside the person who hears them. What makes this so powerful is that humans desperately want to be consistent with how they're perceived, especially by people they care about or fear. If someone is labeled as generous, they're more likely to give. If someone is called lazy, they're more likely to quit trying. The label becomes a mirror. They begin to live up to or down to it. Doesn't matter if the label is true. It matters that it was spoken out loud and believed skilled. Influencers use this to mold people without ever forcing them. Instead of saying, "Can you be honest with me?" they say, "I know you're someone who always tells the truth." The brain responds by becoming the role it's been cast in. It doesn't want to betray the identity it's been handed, even if it was never chosen. This tactic is used by parents, lovers, bosses, and manipulators alike. It can uplift or destroy a child, told their brilliant may stretch to meet that image. A partner constantly called selfish might eventually believe it, and once someone accepts a label, they start editing themselves to match it, filtering their thoughts, their feelings, their actions through the lens of what they've been told they are. The labeling effect doesn't control behavior directly, it controls identity, and identity controls everything else. The projection trigger. The projection trigger is a psychological tactic that causes someone to unknowingly reveal their inner fears, desires, or insecurities by prompting them with vague or indirect statements. It works by creating emotional ambiguity, just enough tension to make the mind scramble for meaning, and in that scramble, the person starts projecting their internal world outward, thinking they're describing you when they're really exposing themselves. Humans hate the unknown. When someone hears something unclear, like, it's interesting how you responded to that, or some people can't handle this kind of pressure. The brain rushes to interpret it, but interpretation isn't neutral. It's shaped by emotion, past trauma, hidden guilt, or buried desires, and in trying to make sense of the comment, the person ends up saying more about themselves than they realize. What do you mean by that? Becomes a window. What they defend reveals what they fear. What they accuse reveals what they hide. This tactic is used by therapists, interrogators, manipulators, and narcissists alike. It's a way to pull truth out of someone without ever asking a direct question. A carefully placed sentence said with calm detachment becomes a mirror, and the other person fills it with everything they've been trying to suppress. The more defensive they get, the clearer the projection becomes. It's not about what you said, it's about what they assumed you meant. The projection trigger is most powerful when you stay neutral. The less emotion you show, the more their own emotions will erupt to fill the space. You don't need to accuse, you don't need to confront, you just need to drop the sentence and wait. Because in their reaction, not their words, is the truth. The truth they think they're hiding, the truth they end up giving you for free. The deliberate discomfort is the calculated use of tension to assert control, reveal truth or force vulnerability without ever raising a voice or making a demand. It's not about cruelty, it's about precision, creating just enough unease in a moment, a silence, a stare, or a setting that the other person feels exposed, unsettled, or strangely compelled to move, to speak, to confess, to comply. This tactic works because humans are hardwired to avoid discomfort, emotional awkwardness, social tension, silence that stretches 1 second too long. It all feels like pressure, and pressure demands release. The person applying deliberate discomfort knows this. They remove cushions, they don't soften their words, they don't smile to ease the silence. They let it hang, and the other person starts squirming emotionally, physically, verbally. The discomfort can be subtle: a pause after someone shares something vulnerable, a still face after hearing a compliment, a room kept too quiet during negotiation, or even a question repeated slower with no expression. Why did you do that? Not shouted, just held the mind, panics in that pause, rushing to fill it with justification or surrender. Skilled interrogators use this to crack lies. Therapists use it to expose hidden truths. Manipulators use it to bend people. Without ever pushing, the discomfort doesn't feel like manipulation. It feels like gravity, heavy, inescapable, real. The most unsettling part, it works best when it's paired with calm. No aggression, no chaos, just a steady presence that refuses to cushion the moment. And in a world trained to rush to explain, to make things comfortable, the one who can withhold comfort becomes the one with the most power, because people will do almost anything to escape discomfort, even if it means handing over truth control or pieces of themselves just to make it stop. The selective disclosure. The selective disclosure is a psychological tactic that builds trust and draws people in by revealing just enough personal information to trigger vulnerability without ever losing control. It creates the illusion of intimacy even though the sharer holds all the power by offering a carefully chosen story, flaw, or emotional detail. The speaker signals openness, honesty, and depth. But what's revealed is never random. It's calculated. It's bait. Humans are wired for reciprocity. When someone shares something that feels private, the automatic response is to mirror that vulnerability. People open up, more defenses, lower bonds, form quickly, but selective disclosure turns that reflex into a tool. The story might sound raw. I've always struggled with feeling like I'm not good enough, but it's delivered with timing, control, and purpose. The message isn't help me, it's trust me, and most people do without question. This tactic is used by skilled manipulators, emotional con artists, politicians, and sometimes even well-intentioned leaders. The disclosure creates emotional closeness, and in that closeness, people reveal far more than they planned. They share secrets, they lower boundaries, they become loyal to someone who never truly let them in. Because while the listener gave away truth, the speaker gave away a story, one they've probably told a dozen times before. The trick lies in what's not shared. The most dangerous people will give you just enough truth to feel real, but keep their actual vulnerabilities locked away. You walk away thinking you've seen them, but what you've seen is a mask made of confession, a controlled glimpse, a rehearsed scar, and by the time you realize how little you actually know about them, they've already learned everything about you. The last word effect. The last word effect is the psychological imprint left by the final statement in a conversation, an echo that lingers long after the dialogue ends, shaping memory, emotion, and perception. It's not just about winning an argument or getting the final say. It's about controlling the aftertaste of the interaction, because what's said last is often what's remembered first. The human brain assigns disproportionate weight to what it hears last. It's called the recency effect, and it's baked into memory in arguments, negotiations, or even emotional conversations. The last word becomes a stamp, sealing how the other person feels when they walk away. A soft apology, a passive-aggressive jab, a sudden truth bomb, even a whispered compliment, whatever form it takes. The last word has the power to shift the entire meaning of the exchange. Skilled communicators use this deliberately. They let others talk, let emotions flare, let the moment swell, and then drop a single line that reframes everything. That's fine. Just don't expect me to forget. Say what you want, but deep down, you know I'm right. I hope one day you see this clearly. These aren't just sentences, they're psychological anchors. They dig in, they replay, they infect the silence that follows with meaning. Even in relationships, the last word can decide who holds emotional leverage. A kind word after a fight, a pointed silence after a plea, a calm truth, spoken just before the door closes. It's not about volume, it's about timing. The last word is a quiet form of dominance, not always in tone, but in lasting influence. Because people rarely remember the full conversation, but they always remember how it ended, and that ending, no matter how brief, can haunt comfort or control everything that comes next. The self-reference illusion. The self-reference illusion is a psychological phenomenon that tricks the brain into believing a vague message is uniquely personal even when it's designed to apply to almost anyone. It plays on the human tendency to search for meaning, especially when the message seems mysterious, emotional, or open-ended. When people hear a statement like, "You've been holding back something important," they instinctively turn inward, not outward, trying to match it to their own story. And once the brain starts searching for alignment, it finds it even if it was never there. To begin with, this illusion is the reason horoscopes feel accurate. It's why personality quizzes seem eerily spot on. It's why cold readers and manipulators can get inside people's heads without knowing a single fact about them. The message is vague enough to be universal, but delivered with such confidence and timing that it feels targeted. The listener doesn't notice how general it is. They only feel seen, understood, exposed, and that feeling opens the emotional floodgates. Skilled communicators use this in interviews, seduction, political speeches, cult recruitment, and psychological manipulation. They'll say things like, "You act strong, but deep down you feel misunderstood," or "There's something you're afraid to admit even to yourself." These aren't revelations. They're emotional fishing lines, and the moment the person identifies with it, they begin supplying the details, they fill in the blanks, they build the illusion themselves, and become loyal to the person who understood them. The self-reference illusion is dangerous because it doesn't just manipulate logic, it manipulates identity. People mistake coincidence for connection, and that perceived connection creates trust. But the trust wasn't earned. It was manufactured by a message, vague enough to apply to everyone, and delivered with just enough mystery to feel like fate. The apology deflection. The apology deflection is the art of appearing accountable while skillfully avoiding responsibility. It's the kind of apology that feels real on the surface, but underneath it's a shield, a redirect, a soft manipulation that protects the ego while disarming the other person. It doesn't say, "I was wrong." It says, "I'm sorry you feel that way." And with that single twist, the focus shifts from action to reaction, from guilt to misunderstanding. This trick works because most people are wired to hear the word sorry and immediately lower their defenses. The brain registers it as a signal of remorse, but in a deflected apology, the sorrow isn't for the harm done. It's for the discomfort caused by the other person's feelings. "I'm sorry." "You're upset. I never meant to hurt you, but I'm sorry if you took it that way." These phrases appear soft, even generous, but they carry a sharp edge. They invalidate the pain by removing the offender from the center of the damage. The apology deflection is often used by people who want to maintain control of the emotional narrative. It confuses the other person into questioning their reaction. It makes them feel unreasonable, overly sensitive, or even guilty for having been hurt. And because it sounds like an apology, calling it out feels petty, but it leaves a residue, an emotional itch that something wasn't fully acknowledged. Skilled manipulators use it to end conflict without resolution. Leaders use it to sidestep blame while appearing graceful. Even friends and partners use it consciously or not to avoid sitting in the discomfort of real accountability. The brilliance of the apology deflection isn't that it denies the problem, it's that it pretends to care about it just enough to shut the conversation down. The would you ever prompt is a psychological doorway that bypasses defenses and sneaks into the truth by asking hypothetical questions instead of direct ones. It feels casual, harmless, just a soft brush against a topic someone might otherwise resist. But behind that soft tone is a razor-sharp tactic, because when a question is wrapped in a "would you ever," the brain doesn't respond with caution. It responds with imagination, and that imagination reveals everything. Ask it someone, "Why did you do that?" And their walls go up. They defend, they protect, but ask, "Would you ever do something like that?" And suddenly their mind starts exploring possibilities without realizing it's being interrogated. They start to speak in hypotheticals. "Well, I guess it would depend." Or maybe if I had to, and inside those vague answers are real beliefs, buried emotions, hidden intentions. They say it like it's fiction, but it's not. It's confession in disguise. Manipulators, interrogators, psychologists, and even seducers use this prompt to explore someone's inner world without setting off alarms. It doesn't feel like pressure. It feels like curiosity, like play. But it works, because the emotional mind responds faster than the logical one. And when people speak from imagination, they often reveal truths they've never admitted even to themselves. The "would you ever" prompt is powerful in its subtlety. It sounds like a game, but it extracts real information. It doesn't demand honesty. It tricks the mind into volunteering it, and by the time the person realizes what they've revealed, the conversation has already moved on, and the truth is already out, hidden behind a harmless little question they thought was safe to answer. The pause reversal. The pause reversal is the subtle conversational trap where silence, rather than being used to absorb pressure, is used to create it, then flipped back onto the other person. It's a technique rooted in tension, control, and psychological timing. In a world where people rush to fill silence, the one who knows how to pause and then wait longer than expected owns the rhythm of the exchange. But the reversal happens in what comes next. Here's how it works. Someone asks a loaded question, makes a bold claim, or delivers emotional weight. The room tightens. Instead of reacting, the other person simply pauses. Not in shock, not in confusion, but in total control. The pause stretches. It becomes uncomfortable. The speaker begins to second guess themselves. They start backtracking, explaining, softening their tone, and just when they think they filled the silence, that's when the reversal strikes with calm precision. The one who held the pause responds. Not emotionally, but surgically. Interesting that you'd say that, so you felt the need to bring that up. Now, is that really how you see it, or just how you want it to be seen? The silence becomes a scalpel. It wasn't empty, it was loading, and the delayed response now hits harder than anything immediate could have. The pause reversal disorients because it breaks the script. People expect silence to signal submission, awkwardness, or hesitation. But when it turns into a cold, composed counterattack, it shocks the system. It flips the emotional dynamic. The person who thought they were in control suddenly finds themselves unraveling, reacting to a response that took its time and hit its mark in that pause. Power wasn't lost, it was being sharpened. The sudden withdrawal is a psychological tactic that creates power by pulling away at the exact moment when someone begins to depend on your presence, attention, or validation. It's not gradual, it's sharp, clean, immediate. One day the energy is flowing, texts, attention, approval, warmth. And the next day it vanishes. That disappearance triggers confusion, panic, and obsession because the human brain doesn't fear rejection as much as it fears interruption, and the sudden silence feels like punishment wrapped in mystery. People don't just miss the person, they miss the pattern, they miss the rhythm. When someone who once made them feel seen, wanted, or important suddenly disappears, the emotional withdrawal feels like a loss of self. The mind starts to rewind every moment. Did I say something wrong? Did I do something? What happened? And in that mental spiral, they start chasing the very person who pulled away not out of love, out of need for resolution. This technique is used by narcissists, emotional manipulators, and toxic lovers to create control. They give just enough to get someone hooked, then vanish, and when they return days later, weeks later, the person is softened, destabilized, more willing to accept terms they would have once rejected because the silence didn't just hurt, it trained them. It created an emotional addiction where the absence becomes louder than the presence ever was. The sudden withdrawal works because it creates a vacuum, and nature hates a vacuum. The person left behind rushes to fill it with apology, over-explaining, chasing, or surrender. But what they don't realize is that the withdrawal wasn't emotional distance. It was dominance, a silent way of saying, I control when you feel whole and when you fall apart. The split attention. The split attention play is a psychological smoking screen, an intentional disruption of someone's focus to make them more vulnerable, more agreeable, or less aware of what's really happening. It works by pulling the mind in two directions at once, creating a state of cognitive overload where resistance weakens and critical thinking goes dim, and the person being played rarely realizes it because their brain is too busy trying to keep up at its core. This tactic uses distraction as manipulation. A question is asked while a document is handed over. A compliment is given while a difficult topic is casually introduced. A story is told while a decision is being requested. It's not chaotic, it's calculated. The listener's attention is stretched, their emotional and logical systems battling to keep pace. And in that overstimulated moment, their guard lowers. This technique is especially effective when emotion and logic collide while someone is reacting emotionally, laughing, venting, blushing. They're more likely to agree to something they would have hesitated on in silence. You're so easy to talk to, by the way. Can I crash at your place tonight? The emotional thread creates warmth, but the hidden ask slips through while the conscious mind is still digesting the compliment. They say yes and only later wonder why. The split attention play thrives in negotiations, seductions, sales pitches, even arguments. It's not about lying, it's about layering, making the other person juggle emotion, data, body language, and social pressure all at once until their ability to defend themselves is exhausted because when the brain is split, it cuts corners, it defaults to yes, it chooses ease over clarity, and the one who understands this, who crafts the moment just right, can guide the other person wherever they want without ever seeming like they led the way. The flinch test. The flinch test is a psychological probe that reveals a hidden guilt, insecurity, or emotional vulnerability by introducing a sharp, unexpected comment and observing the immediate physical or emotional reaction. It's not about what someone says. It's about how fast their body betrays them before their words can catch up. The eyes widen, the posture shifts, the breath catches, and in that flicker of instinct, the truth leaks out, because flinching isn't a choice. It's a confession written in reflex. This technique is often used by interrogators, manipulators, or emotionally strategic individuals who understand one thing deeply. People lie with words, but their nervous systems don't lie at all. A sudden mention of a topic. Funny how often your story changes, or I heard what really happened that night doesn't need to be true. It just needs to sound like truth. The target's body will tell the rest. A flinch can be subtle, a blink, a hesitation, a second of silence, where the mind is catching up to the shock, and it tells you exactly where the wound is, exactly where to press next, because once you found what makes someone flinch, you found the doorway to control whether you push further or pull back. The power is now yours. The flinch test is dangerous because it doesn't confront it, observes it, lets the other person expose themselves while thinking they're still in control, and by the time they recover their mask, the damage is done. You've seen the weakness, you've felt the tremor, you've watched the moment where their truth tried to run and didn't make it in time. The social proof. The social proof drop is the quiet name, drop story insert, or casual mention that instantly shifts perception, not by force, but by association. It's the psychological trick of borrowing credibility, value, or desirability from others, then letting it spill onto yourself without ever asking for permission. It's subtle, strategic, and far more persuasive than a direct claim of authority, because it doesn't sound like persuasion at all. Here's how it works. Someone slips a detail into conversation. I was talking to a client who works at Google. When I was invited to that private event, I actually learned that during a workshop with some Fortune 500 execs, these statements aren't about the story. They're about who was there, where it happened, who was involved. The names, places, and titles do the heavy lifting. The speaker never says, I'm important. They simply imply it through context. This tactic triggers the brain's natural instinct to follow the crowd, or more precisely, to trust where the crowd has already gone. If others trust, respect, or follow someone, we instinctively believe we should too. Its evolutionary safety once depended on not being the outlier, so when someone associates themselves with status, success, or credibility, even subtly, it changes how we perceive them. Their opinions carry more weight. Their requests seem more valid. Their presence feels more valuable. Manipulators use this to inflate status. Marketers use it to drive sales. Charmers use it to build mystique. The brilliance of the social proof drop is that it doesn't need to be verified. The mere suggestion of alignment with authority or popularity is enough to rewire perception, and the listener wanting to stay aligned with what's admired often leans in trusting not the speaker's words, but the echoes of reputation they so effortlessly bring into the room. The whisper effect. The whisper effect is a psychological trigger that flips the balance of power by lowering your voice instead of raising it. It works not by demanding attention, but by pulling it toward you when someone drops their volume, especially during an emotionally charged moment. It disrupts the expected rhythm. It creates tension. It forces the other person to lean in, and in that leaning, both physical and psychological, a shift occurs. The speaker becomes the center of gravity. People expect loudness to signal strength. They associate volume with authority. But when someone whispers or speaks softly with intention, the brain interprets it differently. It feels secretive, intimate, serious. It activates a different kind of focus. Suddenly, every word feels important. Every pause feels deliberate. The listener stops reacting and starts absorbing. They become hyper-aware, drawn in by the quiet, like a moth to a flame. Manipulators, interrogators, and powerful speakers use this effect to create emotional contrast after tension or conflict. A whisper feels like resolution. Even if it isn't, it soothes it, intrigues it, unsettles, because whispers don't just change the volume of a conversation, they change the rules, and in that shift, people become more compliant, more receptive, more vulnerable. The whisper effect also taps into primal instinct. When someone lowers their voice, it often signals danger, urgency, or truth. It bypasses logic and speaks directly to the limbic brain. The listener doesn't just hear the words, they feel them, and the person who whispers isn't seen as weak. They're seen as controlled, confident, and terrifyingly certain, because anyone can shout to be heard. But when someone makes you chase their voice, you follow them even if you don't know why. The inversion question. The inversion question is the psychological pivot that turns certainty into doubt, not by challenging someone directly, but by flipping the perspective in a way they weren't prepared for. It's not confrontation, it's disruption. It forces the mind to pause, reorient, and reconsider everything it thought was solid, not by saying you're wrong, but by asking, what if the opposite were true? This tactic works because most people build their opinions like walls, brick by brick, belief by belief, stacked over time, without ever really testing the foundation. The inversion question slips underneath that wall and shakes it from below. What if you're not the victim here? What if doing nothing is actually the riskier move? What if this isn't happening to you, but because of you, these aren't answers, they're mental grenades? It's powerful because it invites, not attacks. It doesn't provoke defense, it provokes reflection. The mind jolted by the reversal must simulate the flipped scenario, and in doing so, cracks begin to appear. The ego doesn't feel attacked. It feels confused, and confusion, when delivered with calm precision, is one of the most fertile states for influence. The inversion question is used by philosophers to expose illusion, by therapists to unlock suppressed patterns, by manipulators to destabilize identity. It seems harmless, even thoughtful, but it rewires the conversation in seconds, because once someone considers the reverse of what they believe, they can never quite look at that belief the same way again. The moment the inversion lands, The listener becomes uncertain, and in that uncertainty, the speaker quiet composed. Curious suddenly becomes the one who seems to know more, because in a room full of people defending themselves, the one asking the right question doesn't need to raise their voice to change the outcome. The random praise. The random praise is a psychological tactic that creates deep emotional impact by offering unexpected specific compliments at moments when they're least anticipated. It's not about flattery, it's about surprise. When someone receives praise during a neutral or even negative moment, it bypasses their defenses and hits directly at the emotional core. The brain is trained to expect compliments during high points, after success, kindness, or effort, but when praise arrives out of nowhere, it feels real, it feels seen, and it sticks. The most powerful compliments aren't loud or public, they're precise, quiet, almost throwaway, like saying, "By the way, I've always admired how you stay calm under pressure during a normal conversation," or dropping, "Not many people are as thoughtful as you," while walking to the car. These comments land harder than direct praise because they weren't earned in the moment. They feel discovered, and that feeling creates emotional weight. This tactic is used by skilled persuaders, mentors, leaders, and yes, manipulators, because it builds loyalty fast. It forges emotional debt. It makes the receiver feel understood in a world where most people are too distracted to notice anything deeper. And once someone believes you see something in them others don't, they begin to associate your presence with worth validation and warmth. But the effect isn't just emotional, it's behavioral. People begin living up to the praise they were given. A single sentence dropped at the right time can shape identity, not because the words were powerful, but because they arrived without warning, when the walls were down, when the mind wasn't ready, when it felt for just a moment like someone saw the part of them they weren't even sure was there. The smiling disarm. The smiling disarm is the softest way to throw someone off balance and one of the most effective. It's the quiet smile given at the exact moment when someone expects tension, anger, or resistance. It confuses the emotional rhythm. It makes aggression feel awkward. It turns power, plays into hesitation, and in just one look, it can steal the emotional upper hand without saying a single word. This tactic works because people are conditioned to match emotional tones. When someone enters with tension, they expect tension in return. If they raise their voice, they expect pushback. If they try to intimidate, they expect fear or defensiveness. But when the other person responds not with resistance, but with a calm, knowing smile, it scrambles the emotional script. Suddenly, the attacker feels unsure. Why are they smiling? Do they know something I don't? Are they not taking me seriously? Or are they stronger than I thought? The smile doesn't need to be friendly. In fact, it's often not. It's calm, controlled, a signal that says, "I'm not afraid of you." And that alone can unravel dominance and conflict. It neutralizes fire and manipulation. It invites overconfidence and persuasion. It creates warmth without surrender. It lowers defenses while maintaining control. The smiling disarm is especially powerful in public settings, tense meetings, or one-on-one confrontations. The moment tension builds, a well-timed smile changes the atmosphere, not because it makes things light, but because it makes the other person question their approach. They expected a wall, they got water, and now they have to wonder what's behind that stillness. Because the person who smiles in the face of pressure doesn't just seem unshaken, they seem untouchable. The conditional commitment. The conditional commitment is a psychological technique that traps agreement by offering a deal that seems fair, but secretly shifts all the power to the person who proposed it. It starts with a simple sentence: "If I do this for you, will you do this for me?" It sounds mutual, it sounds balanced. But beneath that surface of cooperation is a hidden mechanism of control, because once someone says yes, they've made a verbal contract, and the human brain hates breaking promises. This tactic works because people want to appear consistent. When they agree to a condition, even hypothetically, they feel pressure to honor it, especially if the other person follows through. First, the moment someone says, "Sure, if you help me with this, I'll back you up," and they've tethered themselves to your action, and when you deliver, they're now bound socially, emotionally, and psychologically to hold up their end, even if they don't want to anymore, even if the deal now feels uneven. Manipulators and persuaders use this technique to create emotional debt without sounding demanding. It doesn't come across as force. It sounds like fairness. But what makes it powerful is the sequence. You act first. You give the help, the favor, the time. And when you do, the pressure shifts to them. They now owe you, not because of morality, because of their own words. The conditional commitment doesn't need to be formal. It doesn't need to be written. It just needs to be heard. And once it's spoken aloud, it becomes a psychological chain, breakable. Yes, but only with discomfort, guilt, and internal friction. And most people will do anything to avoid feeling like the one who didn't keep their word, even if it means doing something they never intended to do in the first place. The memory hook. The memory hook is the subtle implanting of an idea, phrase, or emotion so vividly that it lodges itself into someone's mind, looping long after the conversation ends. It's not about repeating facts. It's about crafting a moment that sticks like a splinter in thought. One line, one gesture, one perfectly timed sentence that keeps echoing in silence when no one else is around. That's how you own space in someone's memory without ever forcing your way in. This trick works because the brain doesn't hold on to everything. It holds on to what it feels. The memory hook attaches to emotion, surprise, contradiction, or vulnerability. You always look away when it matters. That silence said more than your answer ever could. Just remember who stayed when everyone else left. These aren't statements. They're mental anchors, the kind people revisit when they're alone, trying to decide what they missed, or why it still stings, or why it suddenly makes sense. The memory hook is often short. It doesn't over-explain. That's what gives it power. The brain loops unresolved things. It wants closure. A sharp phrase dropped at the right moment creates a psychological itch, one that demands scratching. And while the conscious mind tries to move on, the subconscious keeps replaying the moment, trying to solve it, trying to make peace with it. This technique is used by storytellers, seducers, manipulators, therapists, even leaders. One sentence can replay for days, not because it was loud, but because it was surgical, because it bypassed defense and hit directly where it wasn't expected. The memory hook doesn't control the moment, it controls the moments after. It's the ghost of the conversation, the part that stays when everything else has already gone quiet, the strategic delay. The strategic delay is a psychological maneuver that builds tension, perceived value, and control by not responding right away, whether it's a message left on read, a proposal met with silence, or a decision postponed without explanation. This tactic weaponizes waiting. It sends a clear but unspoken signal: I move on. My time, not yours. And that delay turns ordinary interaction into emotional chess, where every second of silence makes the other person more invested. Human beings crave closure. When we ask a question, extend an invitation, or make a vulnerable move, we expect a response quickly, but when that response doesn't come, the brain spirals. Did I do something wrong? Are they thinking? Have they moved on? The uncertainty becomes a hook, and with every minute that passes, the person on the other end begins to chase, not out of desire, but out of emotional discomfort. This tactic is used in business dating, negotiation, and manipulation. The job offer that takes days to arrive feels more valuable. The person who waits hours before replying to a text feels more independent, more powerful. The longer the silence stretches, the more importance we assign to the person holding it. We tell ourselves stories to fill the gap, and those stories often elevate the one who's silent. But the true brilliance of the strategic delay is that it does nothing and gets everything. It forces the other person to wait, to worry, to want, and when the reply finally comes, if it comes, it lands with more weight than it ever could have if sent immediately, because now it feels earned, not because it was thoughtful, but because the silence made them believe it mattered more than it did. The unexpected reversal. The unexpected reversal is the psychological ambush that flips the emotional tone of a conversation in a single moment, catching the other person off guard and seizing control. It's the sharp pivot that turns vulnerability into dominance, kindness into confrontation, or submission into clarity. The power lies not in the content of what's said, but in when and how it's said. Deliver just as the other person thinks. They figured you out. Humans are wired to anticipate patterns. Once a tone is set, gentle, apologetic, passive, the brain relaxes and starts predicting the next moves. But when that pattern is shattered with a clean emotional flip, it triggers confusion, intensity, and sudden alertness. I'm really sorry for everything I did, but maybe the worst part is that I was apologizing to someone who never deserved it. That shift is the reversal. It reclaims power in real time. The reversal is so effective because it leverages contrast. A sudden shift from calm to bold, soft to sharp agreement, to challenge it, creates emotional whiplash. The other person struggles to catch up, often revealing more than they intended, just trying to recover their footing, and the one who delivered the reversal. They now control the emotional landscape. Manipulators use this to destabilize leaders, use it to reframe lovers, use it to regain leverage after vulnerability, but it only works when it's earned, when the other person has dropped their guard, expecting one version of you, and is suddenly met with another. Not erratic, not out of Control, just different. The unexpected reversal isn't about contradiction, it's about timing. It's a sudden turn of the wheel while the other person is still looking in the rearview mirror, and when done right, it leaves them spinning while you drive the conversation wherever you want it to go. The tactical retreat. The tactical retreat is a psychological strategy that gains power by stepping back, not as surrender, but as calculation. It's the act of withdrawing from a conversation, argument, or opportunity at the precise moment when emotions are running high or control is slipping away on the surface. It looks like giving up, but beneath it is something colder, smarter restraint, because the person who knows when to pull away rather than push harder is often the one who returns with the upper hand. Most people fight to win in the moment they push, argue, chase validation, and try to dominate the conversation, but the tactical retreat breaks this pattern. It leaves the other person alone with their words, their anger, their assumptions, and in that silence, something starts to shift. They begin to second-guess themselves. Their emotions deflate. Their need for resolution grows suddenly. You are no longer the one demanding, they are. This technique is used in power, negotiations, psychological warfare, toxic relationships, and high-level manipulation. It doesn't announce itself. It doesn't look like a move, but it is, because walking away on your own terms creates tension, and tension creates curiosity. Why did they stop? Why didn't they fight back? Are they done or just waiting? The mind hates an unfinished story, and that unfinished story becomes the new form of control. The tactical retreat works because it doesn't satisfy the other person's emotional script. It leaves them hanging, mid-scene, still performing for an audience that's no longer there. And in that vacuum, you become the one they think about, the one they talk about, the one they want back, not because you begged, but because you vanished at the exact moment they expected you to stay. The deliberate misunderstanding. The deliberate misunderstanding is the psychological tactic of pretending not to grasp what someone clearly meant, forcing them to either over-explain, backtrack, or expose their hidden intent. It's not about confusion, it's about control. By acting as if you misunderstood a comment, a tone, or a motive, you subtly flip the pressure back onto the other person, forcing them to adjust, while you sit comfortably in feigned innocence. This trick works because it disrupts emotional momentum. When someone tries to provoke, accuse, or manipulate, they rely on rhythm, on emotional flow. But when you pause, raise an eyebrow, and say, "Sorry, what do you mean by that exactly?" the rhythm breaks. They're forced to restate, to clarify, to reveal more than they wanted to. And the more they talk, the more their position weakens. The longer they explain, the more visible their strategy becomes. Deliberate misunderstanding is often used in debates, passive-aggressive conversations, and power plays. It sounds harmless, it looks innocent, but underneath it's a strategic stall, a shield, a slow tightening loop around the other person's words. It can expose contradictions, reframe insults as confusion, or turn backhanded compliments into uncomfortable self-exposure. "Oh, I thought you meant that as a compliment." Wait, are you saying that you would have done better? These aren't real questions. They're traps. The strength of this tactic is that it lets you stay calm, non-reactive, even polite, while the other person starts to unravel, because the moment they realize you're not playing the emotional game they expected, they become the ones scrambling for footing, and by the time they notice the trap, they're already tangled in their own words, while you simply smile and ask again, "Could you just explain that one more time?" The overconfident bluff. The overconfident bluff is a psychological tactic that leverages certainty as a weapon. Even when it's built on nothing, it works by delivering statements, decisions, or boundaries with such unapologetic confidence that the other person doesn't question what you're saying, they question themselves. It's not the facts that matter, it's how absolutely certain you appear to be, because in moments of uncertainty, people follow whoever seems most sure, even if that confidence is pure illusion. When someone walks into a room and says, "This is how it's going to go," and without hesitation, without explaining, without room for debate, the energy shifts. The bluff doesn't have to be based on truth. It just has to feel inevitable, and because most people are wired to avoid conflict and doubt their instincts under pressure, they fall in line. They assume you know something they don't, that you've got backup, that you've done this before. The lie becomes believable, not because it's logical, but because it's delivered with conviction. This trick is used by high-level negotiators, narcissists, lawyers, toxic leaders, and charismatic manipulators. They don't wait for permission. They create the frame. They raise the stakes, set the tone, and force others to react. The overconfident bluff isn't about deception. It's about dominance. It's the psychological equivalent of moving first and fast, leaving no oxygen for doubt. The danger is how easy it is to believe, because confidence is mistaken for competence, repetition is mistaken for proof, and the louder someone claims certainty, the more people second-guess their quieter instincts. But that's the bluff. It's a performance one built to shut down resistance before it can even begin, and by the time anyone realizes they've been played, the game has already ended, and the overconfident liar has already won the authority frame. The authority frame is the invisible crown worn by those who walk into a room and make it theirs without asking, without announcing, and often without even realizing it. It's the psychological positioning of oneself as the final word, the reference point, the one whose perception shapes how everyone else thinks, speaks, and reacts. It's not about having actual power, it's about acting like you do and watching how others bend around it. This frame begins the moment someone speaks with certainty, not apology. They don't say, "I think this might work." They say, "Here's what we're going to do." They don't ask for permission to lead. They assume the role has already been granted, and most of the time people follow, not because they've been convinced, but because they've been positioned beneath, behind, or beside the one who claimed the frame first. The authority frame works because people are psychologically drawn to perceive stability. The person who seems sure of themselves, who doesn't flinch in silence, who doesn't explain unless asked. They create gravitational pull. Their tone becomes the baseline. Their emotional state becomes the group's weather, and others often unconsciously begin to mirror it. Skilled manipulators use the authority frame to control conversations, negotiations, even relationships. They decide what matters. They steer what gets focused on. Let's not waste time on that. That's not the real issue here. With a few words, they cut through chaos and reposition the narrative, and the more others comply, the stronger the frame becomes. It's a loop. Power assumed becomes power reinforced the danger. It doesn't require merit, just presence, confidence, the refusal to yield space. And once someone locks the authority frame into place, the rest of the room often forgets they had the right to question it in the first place. The some people say shield, the some people say shield is a psychological deflection tactic that allows someone to voice bold, controversial, or manipulative opinions without ever taking full responsibility for them. It works by cloaking personal belief in the vague authority of an unnamed crowd instead of saying, "I think you're wrong." The speaker says some people might say, "That's a bit naive." The message still lands, the insult still stings, but now it's harder to confront because it's been disguised as secondhand observation rather than direct accusation. This technique functions like armor. It protects the speaker from consequence while still letting them inject their opinion into the conversation. If challenged, they can retreat instantly. "Hey, I'm just saying what I've heard." But if the comment is accepted or agreed with, they double down, gaining influence without ever having to defend their stance. It's emotional cowardice dressed as objectivity. You'll hear this in toxic relationships, gossip circles, corporate meetings, and manipulative media. It's a way to plant ideas without ownership, to criticize without risk, to shape the conversation without ever stepping into the center of it. And the power lies in the ambiguity, because it puts the burden of interpretation on the listener. If you're offended, you're too sensitive. If you agree, you've just been led either way. The speaker keeps their hands clean. The some people say shield manipulates perception while avoiding accountability. It uses the illusion of consensus to corner the listener, forcing them to accept a statement that can't be traced or fully refuted. And by the time they try to respond, the speaker has already moved on, leaving behind a seed of doubt that was never theirs to begin with, but still somehow took root. The delay tactic. The delay tactic is the silent power move of buying time without looking like you're stalling. It's the decision to not decide, the calm withholding of action that pressures the other person to reveal more, give more, or collapse under their own urgency. It's not about saying no, it's about saying not yet. And in that pause, everything shifts. This tactic works because most people are deeply uncomfortable with uncertainty when a response doesn't come quickly, when a yes is suspended or a reaction is withheld. The other person's mind starts to spiral. Did they say something wrong? Are they losing interest? Is the opportunity slipping away? That discomfort grows in the silence, and the longer it stretches, the more power tilts toward the one who seems unbothered by the wait. The delay tactic shows up in many forms. The unanswered text, the "I'll think about it," the long pause after a request, the slow, thoughtful nod instead of immediate agreement. Each version sends the same message. I'm not in a rush, but maybe you are, and that imbalance opens up leverage. The person waiting starts to explain more. They sweeten the offer. They soften their tone. They try harder. Negotiators use this to wear down urgency. Manipulators use it to create dependence. Leaders use it to build mystique, even in relationships. The one who delays a reply often controls the emotional pace, because the mind fears a void. It rushes to fill it even at the cost of its own position. The beauty of the delay tactic is that it never looks aggressive. It doesn't argue. It doesn't resist it. Simply waits, calm, patient, silent, until the other person can't take it anymore and moves first. And in a world obsessed with speed, the one who delays with intention becomes the one who secretly dictates the outcome. The framing conflict as confusion, the framing conflict as confusion tactic is a psychological strategy that strips confrontation of its intensity by pretending not to understand rather than directly opposing, instead of responding with resistance or emotion. The person disarms their opponent with a calm, disoriented question. I'm confused. Why would you say that? Or help me understand what you mean. And just like that, the attacker loses their footing. The sharpness of conflict is dulled by the fog of supposed misunderstanding. This works because it throws the emotional burden back onto the other person. Instead of escalating the argument, it shifts the spotlight. They now have to explain themselves. They have to soften their tone, clarify their words, justify their position, and in that moment, the balance of power shifts. The one who seemed passive becomes the one asking questions. The one who was aggressive is now on the defensive, explaining rather than attacking. It's a favored tool of therapists, skilled negotiators, passive-aggressive manipulators, and emotionally intelligent power players. By framing the conflict as confusion, they remove all trace of hostility from their side. They appear reasonable, grounded, even generous, but what they're really doing is dodging the emotional punch and forcing the other person to swing again, this time weaker, this time more uncertain. The genius of this tactic lies in its invisibility. It doesn't look like resistance, it looks like curiosity. But beneath that soft tone is a blade, because when someone frames your anger or accusation as confusing, they're quietly undermining your credibility. They're suggesting that your position is not just wrong, but irrational. And if you try to escalate, you only prove their point, not because you lost the fight, but because you fell for the frame. The hand freeze. The hand freeze is the nonverbal shutdown that speaks louder than any interruption. It's the sudden stillness of movement, particularly of the hands in the middle of a charged conversation. 1 second, they're gesturing, supporting the flow of words, and the next, they stop completely. That pause in motion becomes a psychological wall. The other person immediately feels whether they understand it or not. This tactic works because body language is emotionally contagious. When someone gestures naturally, the conversation feels fluid, open, and safe. But when those hands suddenly go still, hovering midair, resting cold on the table, fingers interlaced in tension, it sends a clear but unspoken message. This just changed, and the person across from you feels it. Their rhythm breaks their nervous system, alerts. Something is off, and they start searching for why the hand freeze is most effective when timed with emotional impact. Right after someone says something disrespectful, just before delivering a difficult truth in the moment, between a challenge and a reply, the hands become the signal flare, not dramatic, not theatrical, just still unnaturally, still, and in that stillness, pressure builds. The other person senses a shift in tone without you ever having to say it out loud. Skilled communicators use this to regain control. Mid-conversation, manipulators use it to create psychological weight without raising their voice. Interrogators use it to break the flow of lies even in personal relationships. A well-timed hand freeze makes the other person lean in or shut up. It's subtle. You're not blocking, you're withholding. And that restraint commands attention because when someone who once moved with you suddenly doesn't, it makes you question what just shifted. And sometimes the quiet of a frozen hand can say, I see what you're doing, and I'm no longer playing along. The one-sided smile. The one-sided smile is a psychological weapon disguised as a facial expression. It's the subtle smirk that curves only one corner of the mouth, and it delivers a message more powerful than any words. I know something you don't. It's not joy. It's not friendliness. It's control. That tiny asymmetry communicates superiority, condescension, quiet, challenge, and it lands like a silent insult. The recipient often can't explain why it stings. They just feel suddenly smaller. Humans are wired to read faces. A full smile signals warmth, safety, connection, but a one-sided smile, it's ambiguity wrapped in dominance. It confuses the emotional brain. Are they mocking me? Do they pity me? Are they hiding something? The mind tries to decode it, but there's no clarity, and in that uncertainty, the power dynamic tilts toward the one who smirked, because they didn't give you a reaction to mirror, they gave you a puzzle to solve. This expression is used by manipulators, interrogators, and emotionally abusive personalities who want to provoke without being openly aggressive. It's deniable if called out. They can say, I was just smiling. But you know it wasn't just that the one-sided smile is the smirk of someone who's already won, or at least wants you to believe they have. It's a glance into the mind of someone who sees themselves above the game and sees you as still playing it. The damage it does isn't loud, it's slow. It makes people question their instincts, rehearse the moment, replay the interaction, because deep down they felt it. Not affection, but control, not joy, but quiet, psychological warfare. The one-sided smile isn't for connection, it's for dominance, wrapped in charm, and once it's flashed, it lingers longer than any shout ever could. The between you and me, leadin', the between you and me, leadin' is the psychological whisper that opens the door to intimacy, trust, and manipulation, all in a single phrase. Is not just a way to start a sentence. It's a framing device, a velvet rope that pulls someone into a private corner of the conversation, making them feel chosen, important, and subtly obligated to reciprocate. It's not about what follows. The phrase, it's about how it positions the listener. This tactic works because secrecy is seductive. When someone hears between you and me, their posture shifts, their attention sharpens, the brain reads it as a breach of normal boundaries. Something is being shared that shouldn't be, which makes it feel more valuable, more real, more true, whether it's gossip, confession, or information. The listener leans in physically and emotionally, and in that lean, their critical thinking softens. The real trick, though, is in the illusion of trust. The phrase implies vulnerability, but it's often scripted. It's used to plan ideas, shape perceptions, or extract information under the guise of mutual confidence between you and me. I don't think she's qualified between you and me. He's not going to last long here. These aren't just opinions. They're invitations to agree to align, to join a whispered alliance. Manipulators use this to build false intimacy. Salespeople use it to make offers feel. Exclusive politicians use it to bond with crowds, pretending to pull them behind the curtain. And once someone believes they've been let in on something private, they're more likely to defend it, repeat it, or return the favor without realizing they've just been recruited into someone else's narrative. Because once someone thinks the truth is being whispered just to them, they stop questioning who's really holding the script, the invisible rope. The invisible rope is a psychological technique that pulls people into compliance without ever appearing forceful. It's the subtle use of presence, tone pacing, and assumption to guide someone toward a decision or action without them realizing they've been led, like tugging on a rope. No one can see. The manipulator uses suggestion rather than command, momentum rather than pressure, and the target moves forward, believing it was their own idea all along. It begins with an energy shift, a calm, grounded voice, an expectant silence, a gaze held just long, enough the manipulator might say, "Let's go," and without waiting for confirmation, or simply begin walking, trusting the other person will follow, or they ask a question like, "You're going to handle this right," framed with such certainty that refusal feels awkward. The rope isn't pulled with force. It's pulled with confidence, and the brain, desperate to avoid tension or confusion, simply follows. This tactic is used in seduction, sales leadership, and manipulation. It works especially well on people who are conflict averse, empathetic, or indecisive. The person being pulled doesn't feel pushed, they feel swept up. The invisible rope plays on rhythm, assumption, and expectation. The manipulator moves as if agreement already exists, and more often than not, it does. By the time the other person realizes what's happening, what makes the invisible rope so powerful is that it leaves no visible fingerprints. There's no shouting, no coercion, just the eerie sense that you said yes. Before you even thought about it, you followed the pull not because you had to, but because it was easier than resisting something that never announced itself. And by the time you feel the tension in your chest, the rope has already led you exactly where they wanted you to go. The curse of knowledge. Play the curse of knowledge. Play is the subtle tactic of pretending not to understand something you absolutely do, or pretending someone else should understand something they don't. It's the manipulation of information. Imbalance used to either confuse, elevate, or diminish the other person. It's not about what you know, it's about how you use that knowledge to control the emotional terrain of a conversation. This play hinges on a psychological bias. Once someone knows something deeply, they forget what it's like not to know it. But when used intentionally, this bias becomes a weapon. By speaking in jargon, dropping references, or using complexity where simplicity would do, the speaker creates an invisible wall. The other person feels ignorant, intimidated, or inferior, but they don't quite know why, and so they defer on the flip side. The curse of knowledge can also be feigned. Someone plays dumb, asks obvious questions, acts confused just long enough to make you over-explain, and as you talk, reveal, and clarify, you become the one exposed. This reversal of roles puts them in control because you're now the one performing, justifying, revealing your thinking step by step while they quietly collect the blueprint of your mind. This tactic is used in business negotiations, psychological warfare, elite gatekeeping, and even everyday social power. Games. Professors use it to command awe. Bureaucrats use it to hide incompetence. Manipulators use it to mask truth beneath sophistication. The curse of knowledge play isn't about intelligence, it's about leverage, either by making yourself appear untouchably informed or by luring others into revealing too much under the illusion that you're the one catching up, because once someone feels behind in the conversation, they stop trying to lead it, and the person who controls the pace of understanding controls everything: the confidence. The confidence transfer, is a psychological tactic that causes someone to believe in you, and then without realizing it, to believe in themselves. Through your energy, it happens when one person radiates such certainty, calmness, and direction that the emotional state spills into the other, like a current in moments of hesitation, stress, or confusion. People unconsciously look for someone to follow, and the one who feels sure of their words, even without proof, becomes the anchor, not because they're right, but because they feel right. Humans are emotional sponges. We absorb tone, posture, breath, energy. When someone speaks slowly, with relaxed shoulders and unwavering eye contact, the brain registers safety, leadership, strength, and if you're around that person long enough, you begin to adopt their certainty as your own. If they're not worried, maybe I don't need to be. If they say this will work, maybe it will. The transfer doesn't happen through logic, it happens through emotion, through presence. This tactic is used by charismatic leaders, con artists, therapists, cult figures, and master negotiators. They don't always have better answers. They just present their answers with such clarity and lack of doubt that others begin to mirror the state, not the idea. The idea becomes believable because the belief is contagious. But the power of the confidence transfer is that it doesn't stay with the speaker. Once the receiver catches it, they feel stronger, bolder, smarter. They begin making decisions they once avoided. They walk differently, speak differently, and they credit themselves, never realizing they borrowed someone else's emotional momentum to get there. That's what makes it dangerous or transformational, depending on who's holding the flame. The delay compliment. The delay compliment is the praise that arrives just late enough to feel real. It's the compliment that doesn't show up in the moment when it's expected, when it might seem performative or strategic, but instead comes later, after the moment has passed, when the conversation has cooled, when there's nothing left to gain. And that's precisely what makes it powerful. It feels unforced, thoughtful, and hauntingly sincere. This tactic works because humans are skeptical of flattery, especially when it lands too quickly. Compliments given too early can feel transactional, manipulative, or rehearsed, but a compliment that shows up after the fact bypasses those defenses. I've been thinking about what you said earlier. It really stuck with me. I didn't mention it at the time, but you handled that so well. These words land deeper because they seem earned. The timing makes them feel real. The delay also creates space for emotional contrast in the moment. A person may have felt unsure, unnoticed, or even dismissed. But when a compliment arrives afterward, when they least expect it, it rewrites their memory of that moment. It heals, it flatters it, rehooks them to you. The praise doesn't just feel good, it restores something they didn't know was broken. Skilled communicators use this in leadership seduction and influence instead of over-validating in real time. They hold back just long enough to make the words feel deliberate. And when the compliment comes, it's not just heard, it's felt, it echoes, it reopens the door that might have quietly closed. Because when someone realizes you were thinking about them after the conversation ended, they can't help but wonder what else you're still thinking about. The delay compliment doesn't just boost confidence, it lingers in the silence after creating emotional gravity that pulls them back toward you. The micronod pattern. The micronod pattern is a psychological influence technique that uses subtle, rhythmic head movements to create unconscious agreement. It works by exploiting the brain's natural urge to mirror others in social settings, especially when those signals are coming from someone who appears calm, confident, or in control. When you nod gently while speaking, especially at key moments, the listener begins to nod too, and once their body starts agreeing, the mind follows close behind it. Start small, barely perceptible nods as you say something persuasive or emotionally charged. The rhythm must be natural, soft, and deliberate, not a command, not a plea, just gentle cues of affirmation. The other person sees this without realizing it, and their subconscious begins to mirror the motion. One slow nod, then another. Suddenly, they're physically agreeing before they've decided if they agree intellectually, and that disconnect tilts their internal compass toward compliance. This tactic is used by persuasive speakers, salespeople, therapists, and manipulators. They nod while saying things like, "You know this makes sense," or "This is the right move, isn't it?" The nod becomes a silent command, wrapped in suggestion, and the more the listener echoes the movement, the more their mind tries to stay consistent with it, to agree with the motion, to align with the energy. The power of the micron nod pattern isn't in volume, it's in timing. Used too obviously, it feels creepy, but used with precision, it becomes invisible influence. The listener walks away thinking they made a decision on their own, but their body said yes before their brain ever had a chance to say no, and by then, the nod had already done its work, quietly, completely, irrevocably. The let me ask you this trick. The let me ask you this trick is the conversational pivot that flips control without confrontation. It's the phrase that slides in smoothly, disarming the flow of dialogue and redirecting it toward your agenda without the other person realizing what just happened. It doesn't challenge it, invites, but beneath its calm tone lies one of the most strategic tools of influence, a directional question disguised as curiosity. This tactic works because it sounds innocent, casual, even generous. It implies, "I value your opinion, I want to understand." But its real power lies in how it interrupts momentum, whether someone is ranting, negotiating, accusing, or explaining themselves. This phrase cuts the current, then turns it. Let me ask you this, followed by a carefully chosen question, reframes the situation entirely. Let me ask you this, if roles were reversed, how would you feel? Let me ask you this. What outcome are you really hoping for? The brilliance of this trick is that it forces a cognitive shift. The person speaking is no longer explaining their view. They're now answering your question. You've repositioned yourself from passive listener to the one guiding the intellectual terrain, and because the phrase is delivered as a bridge, not a wall, it rarely triggers defensiveness. Instead, it invites reflection. It subtly says, "Now we're playing on my field." And manipulators use it to redirect blame. Leaders use it to de-escalate tension. Coaches use it to reframe failure. It works in arguments, interviews, dates, and negotiations. Because once someone accepts the question, they've also accepted the frame. And in that moment, they're no longer steering the conversation. They're reacting to where you've just taken it. Let me ask you this. Sounds like a favor, but it's often the moment someone gives away control without realizing they ever let go. The ambiguity frame. The ambiguity frame is a psychological tactic that cloaks your message in vagueness, forcing others to project their own meaning onto your words. It doesn't rely on clarity, it relies on interpretation. And the trick is, people don't just interpret, they personalize. They take your ambiguity and mold it into something that feels specific, intimate, and true. Not because you said it, but because they needed it to mean that this frame works. Because the brain hates uncertainty. When someone says something like, "There's something about the way things shift when you're around," or "you have a different kind of energy." It sounds meaningful, but means nothing on its own yet. The listener leans in, searching for meaning. They assign significance. They turn fog into form, and the more emotionally starved they are for clarity, approval, or connection, the more powerfully they fill in the blanks with whatever resonates most. Manipulators, seducers, cult leaders, therapists, and spiritual influencers often use the ambiguity frame to create an illusion of depth and insight. They speak in riddles, suggestions, or emotionally charged fragments. The vagueness feels poetic, personal, special, but it's not tailored to the individual. It's designed to feel tailored by allowing the individual to tailor it themselves. The genius of the ambiguity frame is that it can't be challenged because it never claimed anything concrete. If it lands, it feels profound. If it doesn't, it can be brushed off as a misunderstanding. Meanwhile, the listener is left emotionally exposed, thinking they've been seen, understood, or chosen, when all they've really done is project their own hopes and insecurities onto a carefully constructed mirror made of smoke. The secret signal is the silent cue, a gesture, glance, or movement so subtle it bypasses everyone else in the room, yet delivers an unmistakable message to the one it's meant for. It's not spoken, it's not explained, but it creates a shared reality between two people, while everyone else remains unaware. The power lies not just in the message, but in the intimacy of exclusion. This tactic works because it leverages two deep psychological forces, belonging and control. To be the recipient of a secret signal is to be chosen. It says you're in on something they aren't, and that feeling of being seen, included, prioritize, creates instant loyalty. A touch on the wrist that says, "Stay calm." A quick eye movement toward the door that says, "We're leaving soon." A tiny smirk, a deliberate pause, a barely there nod. These signals don't just communicate, they connect in manipulation. The secret signal is often used to build alliances in plain sight, to control group dynamics without speaking a word. Two people exchange a glance during a meeting, and suddenly everyone else feels slightly off balance. Is something happening I don't know about? Are decisions being made without me? That unease creates confusion, and confusion creates power for the ones sharing the signal. Couples use it, politicians use it, leaders use it, even enemies use it when they need to coordinate without exposing their strategy. The secret signal makes the entire room feel normal, while just beneath the surface, something else is moving. A plan, a shift, a bond. Its beauty lies in its invisibility. No one can confront what they can't prove, and while the world focuses on the loudest voice, the real decisions are often being made in silence, between the eyes of those who know exactly what. They're doing the silent flatter. The silent flatter is a psychological technique that influences people without uttering a single compliment. It works through presence, attention, and subtle behavioral cues that say you matter without needing to verbalize it. It's the long gaze that lingers just a second too long, the slight head tilt while listening, the pause after they speak, as if you're savoring their words. It's flattery without praise, validation without vulnerability, and it lands deeper than most spoken admiration ever could. Humans crave recognition, but not always in words. Sometimes what we want most is to feel felt, and that's what the silent flatter delivers. It creates the illusion that the other person is fascinating, exceptional, somehow set apart simply through the way you observe them. You don't interrupt, you don't rush, you hold space, like they're revealing something rare, and in that space their sense of value expands, not because of what you said, but because of how you looked at them while saying nothing at all. This tactic is used by seducers, therapists, manipulators, elite salespeople, and charismatic leaders. It bypasses skepticism because there's no flattery to deflect just an atmosphere that suggests importance. It feels safe, it feels earned, but what's really happening is control, because the more seen someone feels in your presence, the more they'll seek that feeling again and again, even if they don't fully understand what's pulling them in. The silent flatter doesn't need grand gestures or praise. It works by creating contrast in a world of noise and attention. Seeking. Your stillness becomes magnetic, your focus becomes intoxicating, and the person in front of you starts mistaking that quiet attention for something deeper: connection, intimacy, even love, when all it was silence used like a mirror. The setup relief trick. The setup relief trick is the emotional roller coaster built to create tension, then immediately relieve it, leaving the other person grateful, loyal, and disarmed without knowing why. It's not just about causing stress, it's about crafting a controlled emotional spike, a moment where the heart races, the mind doubts, or the mood drops only to be rescued seconds later by the very person who caused it. And that relief, that rush of emotional safety, it bonds people fast and deep. Here's how it works. Someone starts with a setup that feels like a threat, a problem, or a shift in tone. Listen, we need to talk about something serious. I'm really disappointed in how that turned out. I hate to be the one to tell you this. In that moment, anxiety kicks in. The body braces. The listener prepares for judgment, rejection, or loss, and then the reversal. But honestly, I think you handled it better than most people could. You actually impressed me. Turns out it's already been taken care of. That emotional release, the drop in cortisol, the rush of oxytocin, the unexpected return to safety doesn't just soothe it, rewards the listener feels, rescued the speaker, becomes the savior, and without realizing it, the emotional mind links the person who caused the tension with the person who relieved it. Manipulators use this to create loyalty. Leaders use it to create impact. Even lovers use it to intensify connection, because when someone walks you to the edge of discomfort, then pulls you back with warmth, your brain doesn't forget. It doesn't focus on the tension. It clings to the relief. The one who delivers that relief becomes the one you trust, even if they were the one who built the tension. To begin with the time frame shift. The time frame shift is a psychological tactic that manipulates emotional intensity by changing when a conversation takes place, past, present, or future. It works by altering perception when something feels overwhelming in the present. Reframing it as already over can create relief when someone's avoiding action. Speaking as if it's already done can bypass hesitation and when guilt, shame, or regret dominate. Shifting the focus to what comes next pulls the mind out of paralysis. The power isn't in the words, it's in when the mind is forced to stand. This tactic is used by therapists, coaches, manipulators, and high-level negotiators in conflict. Someone might say, looking back, this will probably feel small, forcing the brain to zoom out emotionally, lowering the stakes in persuasion. They might say, imagine how good it'll feel once this is behind you, pulling the listener's emotions into a desired future. Or more subtly, you've already made your decision, haven't you? Which reframes hesitation as something in the past, creating a psychological push to align behavior with that timeline. The time frame shift doesn't tell people what to think. It tells them when to feel it, and that shift in timeline changes the emotional gravity of the moment. A person dwelling in guilt can be jolted forward by future language. A hesitant buyer can be pulled into action by speaking from the imagined relief of having already decided. It creates motion where there was stillness, direction where there was doubt. The genius of the time frame shift is that it doesn't need to be logical. It just needs to be vivid, because the mind can only live in one tense at a time, and whoever controls that tense controls the emotional tone of the conversation, whether it's escape, pressure, or comfort. The time frame shift makes the future feel now, the now feel done, and the past feel irrelevant, all in a single sentence.